See how we do today. You just never know. You just never know. Start up the rumble side. I have to manually hit that one because there's no button I can hit to start the rumble side. It looks like Hunter has worked like crazy on this. Looking pretty good. Um, Man, yeah, it looks pretty sharp.
Yeah, he's really happy about that.
Yeah, looks pretty good. The middle part of the F, the way that the way when I designed that logo, the line is straight through. So the middle, I don't know what you would call the little middle part of the F, like the little. There's definitely a name for these little bits and pieces of a letter, but the angle should be straight on all the way down, just like the G kind of goes all the way. That angle goes all the way through. So does the F. I basically like tried to mirror the design as much as I could, but yeah, that. But other than that, was glorious. It looks glorious. Yeah, the framed blocks really make a difference. Holy cow. What a difference. But yeah, the middle dash of the F, the angle of
Okay.
that should match the angle of the top. It should just be it should be coming down straight on.
So this face right here
Yeah, that face needs to come out to
and match up
match.
with this one.
It's
Okay. I'll
essentially,
let him know.
imagine an imaginary line coming from that corner and cutting into the letter, and that it just
Okay.
kind of shaves all the. Yeah,
Okay. I'll let him know.
glorious. Just a little detail, but it looks really good. Dun. Now, part of me thinks we're not getting phantoms developing because I've got a mega torch around. So we might have to go elsewhere to figure it out. Okay, so let's cover really quick all of the bits and bobs that I've changed since the last stream. I've done a bit of work on migrating the AE system to be in a more final place and setup. With extended AE, it's kind of changed the dynamic a little bit because of some of the blocks the extended AE mod. Right. So the extended molecular assemblers have the extended pattern providers, which instead of just 9 patterns, you can put 36 of them. Right. So each assembler setup can have 36 different patterns. So that radically lowers the amount of assembler based autocrafters. Um, and I haven't really tapped into much else of the extended AE except for a couple of crafting. So let's go down into the basement. The basement we finished last stream. So we've got the basement. And this thing is still rocking and rolling. But yeah, we've got the Certus quartz. Each one of these annihilation planes has at least Fortune 2 on it. Not that we really need it with this, but we've got 4 I've got 4 faces covered by growth accelerators, and um, yeah, 2 faces I'm able to mine. And boy, do these things mine fast. In just the last couple days, we've gotten 280,000. It's a beautiful thing. Um, and I haven't muted the sound yet because it's very like pretty. But as you can see, I've built quite a lot. I've got some rudimentary auto crafting going with a lot of room for more. But basically, what I'm doing is I'm setting up a drive. I've got drives here in the middle. Each one of these is set up to the dust of the shinies, right? I don't store ingots in mass, nor do I store the raw. I just store the dust because the dust can be made into ingots and alloyed with other dust. So I've found over the years that it's definitely saves time to just store the dust, and those drives are formatted, right? So the copper dust drive, that's just copper dust. That's it. And when you have just one item on a drive, the max size drive here can hold like 2 million of the dust, which is a lot. I mean, that's a lot. So the copper, iron, and gold are all singles, and then I kind of combine depending on kind of the ratio that we may find in the world. Tin, silver, nickel is in its own. Uranium is its own drive, and then lead, osmium. So, and then we have the brain, which is there's the thing up there, and I do have channels enabled. I know there's a lot of people that hate the channels, but I do have it in X2 mode. So instead of just default for your channels, you can have X2, X3, or X4. And I have it in X2 mode, which doubles the amount of channels that you can have on any wire, right? So normally the low-end Fluix cable can hold 8 channels, while in this version it can hold 16. And likewise, the dense usually is 32, and this one is 64. So last time I played, which was a while ago, I played in X4 mode, which, well, was just, I mean, you never had to deal with channels in X4 mode. Like, you just never had to deal with it. So I'm trying in X2 mode. And over here, as you can see, I've got a P2P there, and I've got up here P2Ps for my auto crafters. And I decided that if I have P2Ps for a thing, I'm going to put the memory card where they are, so I know exactly what memory card is programmed. The only problem is like losing track of that one there. Like, how do I know what that one is attuned to? That would be a little bit harder. You'd need just signs everywhere. But for me, what would be really nice is if you could open the P2P and have a little thing that you could type text in and just be like, this goes to the autocrafters, or this goes to the CPU, whatever. And speaking of CPUs, we have some CPUs. So the extended AE mod, they emphasize in many places, if you look at the help, to have co-processors on your CPU, because each of these assemblers here can actually craft like 8. These are 4 or 8. Yeah, 8. So each one of these can craft 8 things simultaneously, right? Well, you need co-processors to be able to do that. Which is why each of these CPUs, right? I have the CPU down here. This is the 256K CPU. And then I have 15 co-processors. So yeah, this thing autocrafts real fast. Really fast. It's very easy to chew through all your resources with this thing. And if the time comes and you need like a bigger CPU, you can bridge the air gap between these CPUs and combine them all into one, and you got a monster CPU. And then over here we have the storage drawer system for various bits and bobs for now. And I used now compacting drawers to compact the raw elements, right? The raw shinies. And I'll show you what I do with those in a bit. But none of these have upgrades because they don't need them. They'll never have as much. They'll never be full, essentially. And then we have redstone, which has maximum upgrades, can have roughly 24,500 stacks of redstone in it, which is a lot. But I've already just to make what I have here, just to craft all this stuff, used probably in the realm of 9 to 12,000 redstone. So I've already had to pull in and tap the redstone that was in the mob farm because I ran out in the like, and I had a lot. There was a lot. There was over 9,000. Over 9,000 redstone in the system when I started this, and I went through all of it. But yeah, these are changed to compacting because there's a few recipes here and there that use the blocks, and so it's nice to have the blocks available without having to craft them. And then we have some little bits and bobs over here for other resources. But I haven't really been moving all of the resources over here because there are certain ones that we can craft, and I'm not 100% sure. Like, do we want to craft them with this system, or do we want to craft them with Create? Because like andesite, you can craft andesite with the stonework factory. You can do that. But would it be better to do it with Create and not, have some Create whirly gigs down here, doing some stuff. Okay, so in my mind, I'm like, all right, so the average user goes out on a mining expedition. They're like, you know what, we're gonna get some things and stuff, and they go out and mine. Now, what do they do when they get back? What's the easiest thing that they can do? And it's just dump all of their resources into the system and let God sort them, or in terms of God, make the AE system sort them out. So as far as the shinies go, what I have, the system I have set up now is it exports way over here, is tucked away. This is the ore dictionarifier, right? And this is set up to ore dictionary the shinies that we want to convert, right? These there's more than one type, right? Lead, silver, nickel, tin, and uranium. And they all appear in the world because I didn't have enough time to really go through I mean, it takes hours and hours and hours to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and make sure that you're not breaking any recipes by disabling, like, Mekanism 10 or something. And so this thing basically converts it all into one type or one flavor of that, where there might be 2 or 3 kinds of lead or silver or nickel, etc. I think nickel has the most variants. I think there's several versions of nickel in the map. And so this thing, all it does is convert them over. And then outputs them back into the system, which goes back over to here. So the chests that I have here are the ones that we want. And then I have the pulverizer set up here, way up here, right? I have this automatically outputting the blocks, not the regular raw, the blocks, because you get a bonus. It's not an ore doubling, in block form. But it is you put in 9 and you get 12 out. So I don't know what that would be. Is that like 4 for 3 or something? Yeah, 4 for 3. So like 33%, not or doubling, but it's good. Obviously there are better versions of it on the Mechanism. You can get like a 10x a 10x return, but it is a royal pain in the ass. But if you want to do that, hey, more power to you. But anyway, so that outputs automatically all of the raw blocks, which goes into here and gets ground into the dust, which is why we save all of the dust. And then we have a crafter, pattern crafter for various recipes. Because I added a few recipes to the pulverizer that I felt were largely missing. Namely, like Certus Quartz dust. For some reason, you couldn't use a pulverizer. I don't know why. And I didn't want to be bothered. I needed to get the system up and running and all of that. So, and the other thing I set up is the latex system. And now AE, for several versions now, has automatically supported fluids. So it just inherently supports fluids. You don't need any separate mod for it. And the system here shuts off when it's full. So I have a storage bus on here set to latex. And so the main system sees the latex that's in there. And then it outputs a signal if it's full. And these things completely shut off, right? Redstone mode only run with redstone. So they shut off, so they're not really ticking and consuming resources. So I try to be extremely optimal with my setups. Because as the factory grows, as the map grows, these little savings, not having these things running and ticking constantly, it really does help. Yeah, and then this is the latex unit. This again shuts off when the dry rubber I have actually right there. Right? So it's part of the system, the dry rubber. And when that's full, this thing shuts off as well. So it's just like, nope, this thing is just gonna turn off. It is upgraded. And then the latex, one of the reasons I do the latex in the system like this is the crafter over here. Right? This has an output of latex. So this is my latex crafter. So any recipe that uses latex dissolution chamber can just get added to this thing, and it will do it automatically. And this thing is in blocking mode, so that's another important thing. You're running into problems with your auto crafters not working. Blocking mode is probably where you can go to fix that. Obviously, there are 2 more of these that I'm going to need to finish off the set. One for the pink slime and one for the ethereal gas. And I haven't moved them. But all these other ones these are multi-servo press. This has got all of the plates in it. The sawmill has got, basically spruce planks in it. You can put all of them in there if you want. And the induction smelter has some basic recipes. There's not a lot of recipes for these, so I didn't need the extended pattern provider for these. I thought that was overkill. Yeah, that basically rounds out the setup. I'm quite proud of the crystal setup here. This is the first time I've had to set these up. And man, do they grow fast! Like, holy Moses! And this system is set up to turn off. Basically, this right here is looking at this amount, right? And as soon as this hits 300,000, this turns off, which turns off the toggle bus. which turns power off to the growth accelerator. It doesn't. It won't completely stop the crystal growth. They'll still grow. The annihilation planes will still break them when they grow up. But the crystal growth accelerators will be on, and yeah, it should radically slow down how fast it's. So, because that chest technically can hold like 360,000. Yeah, it's maxed out. So 6144 times 64 is right around 360. Okay, that kind of rounds out the changes from the last couple of days. It's been a lot of crafting and a lot of sorting and organization. And I'm aware that the extended AE offers like a weird matrix crafter thingy. I really haven't looked into it at all. But yeah, there's this whole like matrix frame thing, and I'm assuming it's kind of in line between AE and like old AE when you had a single like CPU thing multi-block that you had to build. But this works just fine. These CPUs, plus that allows me to craft 6 different recipes all at the same time. Not that it would take that long. So yeah, we are ready for the next phase, and then I named the stream Mechanism 101 because Mechanism is one of those mods you can pretty quickly be overwhelmed with it. There's a lot to it unless you sort of break it down into little pieces. And yeah, we have a little mechanism set up. I'm gonna largely ignore what's over here because I wanna basically start from scratch and show the progress, the process of starting Mechanism from nothing. And yeah, hopefully all will be good. I'm not seeing anything being spawned. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, here's where I stole the redstone. Oz, I gave you a couple mob imprisonment tools. What did you do with those?
I've still got them. Want me to toss them back at you?
Did you imprison anything?
Nope, I didn't find anything of interest.
Well, geez.
Yeah. Yeah, the phantoms didn't show up again, so
yeah. What I'm thinking is our torch, the mega torch, is blocking the phantoms. We might have to wander off, and
yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go outside of the range.
Okay, so Mechanism. I already have a couple recipes in here for Mechanism, namely the metallurgic infuser, the speed and energy upgrades, the muffling upgrades, which are also a must. Most of the upgrades, though, take steel. Obviously, I just clicked on one that didn't, but there's that one. Muffling does, though. Steel grit. And this mod pack offers several ways to get steel. There are 3 primary mods that you can get steel. Each having their own little quirks. Let me take these trees down. They do not like dropping saplings. Okay.
All right, I'm back.
We back.
I did add a specific rubber wood line for the fluid extractor. So because it's rubber wood, I figured it's really, really good for the latex. So, yeah. It's also, I mean, thermal adds it, and thermal has its own way of extracting latex from rubber wood. You need the arboreal extractor to do that. And you have to grow the tree and not cut it down. You have to put the arboreal extractor down on a grown tree. But I don't know if the thermal latex has any use. Like you can bottle it, you can do things with it, but like the rubber, it for some reason, maybe cured rubber. It looks like it has a little bit of a use here. Not nearly as much. I mean, the redstone flux cell, okay, whatever. It is what it is, but it's not as it's a tedious process to make it, and it's just not. I mean, it's just not used. Okay, so mechanism. Where do you start with mechanism? Well, first, you want power in some way, shape, or form. So mechanism has obviously ways to doing that. You know, you've got the little wind turbines there. You've got there's a generator inside of here. The heat generator. I don't know how much this thing producing. Yeah, a whole 20 FE per tick. There's 2 FE per. Oh my goodness, two whole FE per tick. So you're gonna want to up the game sooner rather than later. These produce a good nearly 50 FE per tick. That's pretty darn good. For just wind turbine or wind turbine. But yeah, you're gonna want more power than that eventually. Did I upgrade? I can't even remember if I upgraded these. I did upgrade these. Okay, resonant components. Good. The dynamos are always my early game because they're, you can build them basic, and then you can, upgrade them as resources as you get resources. So mechanism. First things first, you want to craft yourself some metallurgic infusers. This is one of the only blocks in mechanism that you can craft, but that doesn't use materials that you need a machine for, right? It is the one and only entry point into mechanism is the metallurgic infuser. The one thing you can make. And yeah, we're gonna make, how many of these do we need? I believe we're gonna need 4. Let's go down and go. We're gonna need 4. And just like that, they're done. told you that auto crafting system is it's so fast. All right, so that side is going to be like thermal. This side can be mechanism. And I can mute those sounds. I don't know. So what is the name of that sound? It's not glass break. Amethyst cluster break. Yep. That was it. Okay. Now we, yeah. I listened to that sound all day yesterday, and I know during the stream it's gonna be annoying very quickly.
We got a Vehas in chat. Hello, the Vehas.
Hello, the Vehans. What's that cool looking tower? I don't know. It's just sort of sprung up. You know, it just appeared. That is very cool though. Chaos brings light where there once was dark. Okay. Do I need, is it 4 or 5? I think it's 4. So, let me grab some dirt. Okay. Now, I want to go on the other side. Roughly. Okay, now up, 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 and up. And I tend to set them up one just to give myself a little bit of extra wiggle room to where I may need some laser IO. Laser IO is just such a good one. It just solves all of the problems that you have. So elegant. So obviously these are going to need power. And we have basic universal cables. I basically got these from the old setup. Remember the old latex setup? They had a bunch around. These things do not transfer very much. It's 3.2 thousand FE per tick. It sounds like a lot, but it's not. Yeah, you're definitely going to be upgrading these. So just plan on knowing you're definitely going to want to upgrade them. Okay. So, we're going to leave a space here for something else. I'm pondering. Yeah, let's do this, and that's going to be something there. And then we're going to have a flux point. And one of the kind of the rules that I follow, and I wish other people followed, is when you have a flux point, you can name the flux point, right? You can name the thing, what it's for. So I can do this on Mekanism. Mechanism. There we go. Mechanism. Line. And then I can select public power. And that, when I go to like network connections, you can actually see the name, right, of where the power is going. So it's a lot easier to debug when you can actually see where the power is going. So if you're running out of power and you look in there and it's just all it says is like flux point, you're like, where are those? I have no idea. Health 613, welcome and thanks for the follow. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so Mechanism is a go. So the fundamentals of Mechanism is you take an object and you infuse it with something else, and there's a set amount of things that you can infuse. You can actually add your own infusing recipes if you want. But if we look at Infuser, you can see what can we do. Well, you can have diamonds. You can even infuse stuff with mushrooms. But the big ones are redstone, coal or carbon, refined obsidian, and one more, which is in here somewhere. Gold? No, not gold. That's diamonds, coal, redstone. Oh, diamonds, coal, redstone, obsidian. Yeah, I should say refined obsidian. Which is it's a product of the infuser, so it's the last thing you do. The refined obsidian. The atomic alloy is the top end of the things. So the carbon, the coal or carbon based one, that would give you your steel. As I said, there's several ways to get steel in this mod pack, and Mechanism is one of those. Immersive engineering is another, and there's a new mod, the factory must grow, which is a create mod. The factory TFMG is the factory must grow. So this adds a pretty involved process to make steel. Based on all the create Duvalaki, right? So the mixer and all the things. I'm no expert on create. I know very little about it. I have not used it very much. But I do know that this adds like molten steel. So you have to craft molten steel first, and then you have to create the blasting mixture, coke dust, in the industrial blaster here to make molten steel. And then the molten steel you have to go through and cast it in a casting thingy and have a steel ingot mold or something. Yeah, ingot mold. I'm not sure why the block mold is not showing you steel block, but whatever. But anyway, yeah. That is the crazy process to get steel. But we're not going to do that. Coal and charcoal. So this is where carbon would be handy to have in the system. I'm going to grab this. Eventually, we're probably... Oh, it's not even, oh, man. It's not spruce. Oh, well, I'll deal with it. So I'm going to grab, like, 32 charcoal here, and we're going to put it in the first. So you dump it into here, and you can see this thing fills up. So I put 32 in there. Obviously, we got 20 millibuckets per one, and so now we have 640 millibuckets. There's a way to make that better. So this is the most wasteful version of this. So, you know, you try to upgrade it as soon as possible. So we just put 32 redstone in there, and we only got 320. So obviously that was just 10 of it. And the next one is diamond. We're not going to worry about that one.
We got mainline in chat.
Hello. Oh, my little animated bunny gift is not running.
Oh,
I added that ages ago. YouTube. Mainline, you should have the a role that allows you to get into the members only. So for the next month, since you signed up, next month at least, I put you onto the members only thing. Since YouTube is being derpy, anyway, yeah, and then the members only, there should be the URL to the server. Oh yeah, my microphone. My microphone for some reason is very, very, very sensitive, very directional. When I turn, it's just like, oh, I'm not gonna hear you. Okay, so, the carbon here and then the redstone here are going to give us the ability to go into Mekanism a little bit deeper. And what you want, the very next machine you want to do is the enrichment chamber. You want to do the enrichment chamber 100%. This is the next machine you make, because it requires obviously the infusers to make, right? So you have the steel casing and the basic control circuit. Now these are osmium ingots with the redstone dust that we just had. So we take and we look at osmium, and let's grab some osmium, and we're gonna throw it in to this redstone. Now, how much is it? How much is used? 20 millibuckets is used, right? So the 320 that's in there, the 16 osmium would eat all of that up. So I'm going to cut that in half again, and we're going to put it in here, right? And this is going to slowly go through this and into there. The other thing we want to do is iron, and we want to grab like a little bit of iron, and we look at this carbon. What is iron going to take? Because this is a two-step process, right? So iron to make enriched iron, and that is 10, and then the enriched iron, interesting. Okay. The enriched iron is another 10 to make steel. So the 640 that's in there, if we do these 16 iron twice, that should use half of the carbon. So let's get that started. We got this started. And the reason I'm doing half is it's just going to take a long time for it to process. And I don't have time in a bottle. I was tempted to add time in a bottle, but time in a bottle can be murder on a server. Like, you have a server, especially a multiplayer server, time in a bottle is rough. You really don't want to mess around with that. So now it's just kind of just waiting it out. And again, I know that there's some mechanism stuff up there. I know that there is, but I want to show this from the start. Like, you don't have any mechanism stuff made already. Okay, there's the 8 of those that we made, and you can see where we used half of our redstone. Interesting. Rose quartz you can make infusing nether quartz with redstone. How much? 80. Ooh. And then iron is infused alloy, so let's see. Is 10. So we have 160, so 16. And that'll get us some infused alloy. I'm assuming we're going to need some of that shortly. Yeah, we're gonna get to automation here in a bit. I want to get us sort of ramped up a little bit and shown kind of what it takes to get to the. There's a point in Mechanism when when it just sort of takes off. You stutter and it's hard for a while, and it goes slowly, and then there's a point where it's just like it just takes off. And you just start like compounding the speed of everything, and eventually you can. Eventually, you don't need to worry anymore. The limiting factor is how much power that you have available. That is where things get tricky. All right, I'm trying to make enough steel, right, to make us a enrichment chamber, which is a steel casing. So I need 4 ingots worth of steel, right? So that's what I'm waiting. And then the infused alloy. This says various uses. We're gonna need it for some things and stuff, probably. So, I'm guessing. Yeah, there are a lot of machines in Mechanism. Okay, so the steel dust. We just smelt this up real quick. And might as well set up the recipes for this. All of the things. Here? Yes, I know we have steel ingots in here. But again, I'm showing this from having nothing and moving forward. So it doesn't matter what's in my system, right? What matters is what I can make. So, enrichment chamber. We have all of this stuff. And I'm setting up these recipes for now just because it's like I'll forget if I don't. ENR. And enrichment chamber. Okay. The enrichment chamber, once you have this up and running, this allows you to get more out of your infusing ingredients than before. So you remember, in the previous iteration, I put a half a stack of redstone right into here, and that gave me 320 basically millibuckets, 320 millibuckets worth of redstone to use in recipes, right? That's what that gave me. Now, if I go to the enrichment chamber and I enrich stuff, so that is essentially 10 from redstone dust in the original. So now we take the enriched redstone, just a single one, and we put it in there. We get 80 redstone. 8 times the amount of resources. From all you need to do is put it through the enrichment chamber, and wham, you have an 8x increase in your supply. That, I think, that is worth every ounce of what you can do. It's absolutely worthwhile to do that. So that's why the enrichment chamber is the next step. Is this thing massively impacts like how much you can use all of your resources. And so yeah, this already, and we have a ton more left to go. It's a big step. Okay, so now we want to think about how to configure all of these for automation. Now there are many different ways that you can do it. Obviously, you can set the machines up themselves. You can put the pattern provider on it and just go with the flow. That's one way to do it. Now, if you're planning on really ramping up production, like if you want a lot of production, you're going to need more than one infuser per basically type, which, you know, that can cause some headaches. This is still going. Yeah, crazy amount of goodies. I keep expecting to hear this. I can't. It's weird having that. I listened to it the last 2 days straight as I prepped the basement here and built all this. Okay, so the first thing we want probably is to beef up the speed. Because yeah, these are really slow. But also know beefing up the speed is gonna radically increase how much power they use, like a lot. Mechanism machines are no joke when it comes to power consumption. And they have, you know, the Mechanism generators mod has a plethora of options for generating power, and probably eventually get into those, maybe potential. Right now we've got the two main power was the my dynamos over here and the little single gas burning generator, which admittedly is actually generating a lot of power. There's a lot of power coming out of that little block. It makes me nervous when somebody's just standing on my AE system. One of the other rules for the AE system: no food. All food-based crafts need to go into a separate building, like a cafe style, you know, some building down the road. Imagine there's a road. Some building somewhere that we map out, and that's where all the food stuff is. I don't want to concentrate everything in one place. I just, it's too convenient. It doesn't lead to creativity when everything is just packed into one spot. Okay, so this is still going. We stop. Just stop, please. And let's put this in here just because of reasons. So that was a metric ton. As you can see, we've filled this up now. We've got extra, and we didn't even use all the redstone. So that is why you use the enrichment chamber to make you stuff. Now, diamonds, the same thing is true for diamonds. Enrichment. You can do enriched diamond, right? So, diamond. We're gonna grab 16 diamonds. We're gonna enrich these. Now, how are we gonna automate this? Well, I think for now we are going to do it the easy way. And we're gonna branch off over here. You've become a member again? Didn't you become a member last week? Or is it just
He upgraded his membership.
Oh! Well, thank you, sir. You didn't have to do that. At least not in the next month. Could have, very cool of you. Very cool. Okay. Let's get some Fluix cable. And we're gonna go down here. Oh! Ran out of cable on the very last one. Boink. Oh, it had to make more Fluix crystal. Yeah, the Fluix crystal crafter is back here. This one was fun. Little water thing. You got, yeah, this one is crazy, but it works. Okay, so the pattern providers you put on these, you really, really don't need to be crazy with it, because there's just not a lot of recipes that you use these for. So the pattern providers, you probably could get away with doing a 10 here, or just the base ones, at least for the infusers. And then the extended one I'll put on the enrichment chamber.
And hi, Spy.
There's the diamond, and we put the diamonds on the next one. Zoot. Where did Spy type?
Oh, he's in voice chat.
Oh, he's lurking. Everything is hunky dory so far. Okay, so configuration card. This was great. The Mekanism authors, like, there was a couple versions ago where they introduced the ability to copy and paste settings between machines. But the way that it worked is you had to recopy it every time you paste it. So let's say I set up this machine, right, to what I wanted, and I wanted to paste those settings to this one. I would copy and then paste. But then I would have to copy and paste, and then copy and paste. And so I went under wherever it was, their feedback form. And I was like, hey, could you make it so when you paste, you could paste to multiple machines, because that's kind of how the thermal one worked, right? The red, I think it was the red print for thermal, allowed you to copy once and then just paste, right? It was very, very nice. And so I think they did it. So anyway, we want here to do side config. Input top is going to be input and output. Bottom is extra. That's actually, believe it or not, where I want that. So top is input output and eject is on. That means that when a thing gets done, it automatically tries to spit it out. And the pattern provider allows for that. So this will spit it out, and the pattern provider will pick it up, and it'll count that craft as finished, which is very, very nice. Okay. So yeah, this here is kind of how I want this to be done. The bottom is the extra, and by extra it is obviously this down over here. So I want to copy this. I think you shift right click. Yes. So now this thing is metallurgic infuser. Now I can paste and paste and paste. And now if I look at one of these and I look at the side config, it has the same side config. It's glorious. Okay. The next thing we want is a couple little blockety blocks down here, and we want an interface. Do I have any interfaces lingering around places? Maybe not. So the interface is, again, essentially it's now it's a chest. It's a configurable chest that holds items. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, there is an extended version and an oversized, believe it or not. An oversized interface allows you to hold 1024 per slot. So, yeah, if you really want a lot, you can do that. So one of the things I want is I want to grab one of those and one of those, and coal. I think we have more coal than anything right now. And coal is something we can mine, and we're not going to really have a whole lot of use for it very soon. So we're going to have an enriched diamond, and then enriched carbon, and then we want basically like 64 of each, right? So that will store them, or it'll keep those in stock, and I'll show you why we're doing that in a second. And we want to then manage which one of these machines gets these things here. And there's one missing, which is the one on the end. And it is enriched obsidian, which is refined obsidian, which is infuser of powdered obsidian. In the diamond one, right? So we want enrichment chamber. We get 4 there. Is that the only? Create mechanism, create mechanism, create. So yeah, let's grab some obsidian and put it in. I guess it's the only way to get it. Obsidian dust. Which is weird, right? You'd think that the crusher, right? The mechanism crusher would do it, but yeah. But then you want to put it... Wait. Oh, we need to put it through a diamond, right? Let's put it in here. Oh, right. It's going in here. And then we put it through this again. This one isn't configured, which is why it's not spitting them out. And there's our enriched obsidian. So, right? So this goes in the last one. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to make sure that they're all going in the right spot. We already have the sidedness. The bottom is getting the extra slot, right? So we don't have to fiddle around with too much here. But we want to ensure this one's getting the enriched carbon. So we want to do an item card. It's on insert, but we want to set the filter. And we want to say this is going to be enriched carbon only, right? It's only enriched carbon. And I think it defaults, yeah, to allow. So it's a whitelist, basically, is what they call that. And it's inserting enriched carbon right there. So this one, again, item card insert, basic filter, enriched redstone. Item card insert, basic filter, enriched diamond. And this one, same thing, insert, enriched obsidian. Now there's enriched gold, there's enriched tin, and there's enriched iron. I don't know if there's any use for these. Yeah, I mean you could make netherite with it if you really wanted to. Tin makes bronze, and then iron enriched. Oh, enriched. Okay, yeah, that's the. I was like, why is it enriched? It's like, no, it's not. It's not over here. It's over here. So we want to also set these. Bottom is none, and then eject is on. Right. Now we need to set up the recipes, and we need to connect all of these. Make sure I did this right. Yes. Yeah, I usually have more than one of the carbon. I usually have like 4 of the redstone, but this is just like to get us up and running, Vejas. This is not to like get to the amplified crafting levels that we need to see. Like this is just to get this working. We can ramp up production later. Yeah, let's get some recipes. So one of the hallmarks of my recipes, and I don't really see this a lot from other YouTubers or other people who set these systems up. The way that I set up my systems for production is I don't set up my processing recipes for one at a time, because I think that's a huge waste. So my recipes, when I set them up, right, for like just simple smelting is 64 at a time. So the system, the baseline is it does a stack. It will craft a stack at a time, and that's across the board, right? It crafts a stack at a time, and that that ensures that, you know, even if it's a small craft, that needs a little iron, it's going to craft a stack, which means the very next craft that I do may not need to craft iron, may be able to use some of the leftovers. And so the same thing can be true for the infusers, right? Because they're processing recipes, you can very easily set up the recipes pretty nicely there. So what we can do at first is we go through here, we make sure we're on processing recipes, and we go to coal, and we say 64 coal, right, is 64 carbon, and I think I can middle click to set that, right? 64 coal to 64 enriched carbon. There's one recipe. And I can come over here, and the enrichment chamber should automatically be labeled. So that is 64 enriched carbon, 64 coal. Now we got to do the same thing for redstone. 64 redstone makes 64 enriched redstone. And do that. And set that one up. Okay? And do the same thing for diamonds. And yes, it's a lot of diamonds. Which is why my mod pack allows for more funsies with mining. Never, ever, ever are low on ingredients when you go mining my mod packs. Mining is always fun because there's always more ore right around the corner. Okay, so the next one is a little bit trickier because it's the obsidian, right? The refined obsidian here needs to be the dust, right? So if we go refined obsidian dust and we say 64 of that, and let's put this in here. Okay, that was automatically ejected as planned. Oh. Okay, and then here is enriched obsidian. There we go. And mark it. Okay, and now we want the actual obsidian dust. So we want to say here obsidian, and we don't have any obsidian dust. Go over into the enrichment chamber. All of this is going to get very fast very quickly. So my only concern is power gen, because it's going to need a lot of power. Okay, so here we have a 4x increase, right? So we're gonna lower this down to 16, and then obsidian dust we're gonna make 64, right? Because it's a 4x increase, and that goes in the enrichment chamber. Right, and then now we need the obsidian dust.
Bejas said that you had 4 obsidian dust in your inventory.
I did. Oh, I do.
Oopsie.
So then we got to infuse it with diamond now, so we can get the enriched obsidian dust. There we go. And then this is a 1-to-1. So we have 64 of those. And this goes in the infuser for diamond, right? Now, all that's left is like all the recipes for the infusers. So we have well, I've got this one. This one should be relatively easy here. You don't need to do that. Again, set them in groups of 64 or 60. You can do whatever you want, like 16, 60, like whatever. It is what it is. But this I want to make sure is redstone, right? And then the enriched iron iteration, we take iron and we take enriched iron, okay, and then we take the enriched iron. Oh, go, stop, clear. Enriched iron to steel dust. Okay. And then these go over here. Just like that. And then I can take steel dust and make steel ingot. Right? And then that is a smelting. And there's a reason I did the smelting like this, right? Because this setup, the way that I did this smelting, allows you to put any machine to smelt, right? So any machine can be here. Any smelter can be here. Right now it's the redstone furnace because that's what I had crafted, right? This thing was crafted, but even maximum upgrades, it's pretty slow. And it only is 1 stack at a time. I would need 16 of them here to really flesh out what I usually do for my stack or my smelting stack. Well, if you dive into Mekanism, which is why we're doing that today, you can use the Mekanism smelters, which when those are fully upgraded, I think they can do 9 stacks at a time. Each one can do 9 stacks. So the raw amount of stuff that you can get done with a Mekanism smelter is exponentially higher than the normal smelters. Like, it's just, there's just no comparison to material processing. Okay. So, that takes care of the steel. So, now we have regular, oh no, those are infusing, right? So, infused alloy, here, no, those and those is redstone. So, we look at all of these. There we go. Metallurgic infuser. You can, this one here I know is redstone, right? You can kind of tell which ones are which. Now that I have these things set in here, this one is diamond, this one is redstone, this one is the carbon. makes it a little bit easier to manage. So the reinforced alloy is the diamond variant, and we do that, and we look through here, and we say, all right, this one here is the diamond variant, right there. And then the atomic alloy is the obsidian-based one. So we can do that in the one that we don't have any yet, which is up here. So that takes care of all of those. And now we have actually some crafts, some normal everyday crafts. So I'm going to put these away, put these in here, put that in here. Just letting that run for a little bit. Put the coal away. I'm just trying to grab the various bits and bobs that I don't need right now in my inventory, because we're gonna have a lot of recipes here very, very soon to deal with. Okay, so what do we do with all of these little bits and pieces of Mekanism? All of these alloys. The basic control circuit, we already have auto-craftable, right? That was the very first thing we set up. The advanced control circuit, this is where those alloys come into play, right? So this is why we wanted to automate those. So those, and then those, and then those. Now these are just regular old crafting table ones, which go into the pattern providers here. Okay. That takes care of all of those things.
Hey, Mr. Buggy, I've got a phantom imprisoned.
Sweet! You got one.
Yep. Do you want it anywhere in particular, or should I just hold on to it for now?
You can drop it on me.
All right. Oh, there you are.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And where did it go? Did it go in here? Where did it go?
Sure. Oh, looks like my magnet picked it up. Silly thing. There we go. I have it turned off now, so
There we go.
got it.
Yay. Phantom. Sweet. I'll have to spawn a bunch of those in the mob farm and see if the mob farm works. I haven't ever faced a phantom before, so I have no idea if it's gonna work. All right, now we want to look at the tier installers. These are what we need to make better machines. And elite and ultimate. And when you have stuff auto-crafting in your system, it detects that. So a little plus sign right there shows like, hey, this recipe is known, and that's the one that's favored. So it really doesn't matter that these are all in one, but because they don't use the previous tier, so it doesn't really matter. So I think the it's going strong. Getting these upgraded. Oh, do we have enough power? Let's add recipes for the power cables, because that is going to be an issue very quickly. once I start upgrading. So the universal cables, that's power. They named all their cables a weird way. So the universal cable it's not universal, it's just power. It's not universal. It's just power. Pressurized tube is for gas. Thermodynamic conductor is for heat. We have mechanical, which has nothing to do with mechanics. It's fluid. Mechanical pipe is fluid, and then logistical transporter is actually items. And again, universal is just power. I don't know where they came up with these names. If they just didn't understand what universal means.
Perhaps it's universal power, because there was multiple types of power originally, wasn't there? Or, well, not originally, but
I mean, yeah, like 7-8 years ago.
yeah.
But still, the mechanical pipes are fluid. If you say mechanical to me, I don't think fluid. For some, like, mechanical pipe. What would a mechanical pipe transmit? I don't know if mechanical is the right word for that.
Yeah.
Pressurized tube, 100%. That's gas. That's right on the money. Logistical transporter, that I understand. Logistics, that's moving items around. Thermodynamic conductor, heat, that makes sense. So, yeah, that makes sense. Mechanical and universal, those are the ones that are always like, what?
Yeah, instead of mechanical, it should be like hydraulic or something.
Right. Yeah, that would be a good one. Or fluid dynamic, or something like that. Fluid dynamic pipe. Okay, so the cable, we have 5 of those, but we don't have the recipe. So let's go universal cable, right? And then we have advanced universal cable. Oh, I need more patterns. Advanced universal cable. And then we have elite universal cable. And then we have ultimate.
Mainline has a comment to kind of answer one of your questions there.
Dun, dun, dun. The HVAC and plumbing. Oh, HVAC. Okay, I see. Huh. In there. Okay. So we're probably going to need. I mean, we're eventually going to need mechanical and pressurized. I never really used the logistical transporter, even though I know, like, Mechanism is one of those mods that you can just have Mechanism, and you if you didn't have any other mods, Mechanism would take care of everything. It has a power suit. It has it has a like inventory management system, the QIO quantum stuff, like very much akin to AE. So it has a whole system that solves all of that, and yeah, Mechanism is a massive mod. I mean, it does so much. Okay, so cable. Can we get 8 of these? It's going to be a little slow. I just realized the recipe I set on these is not 64 at a time, which is in this case probably a good thing, because it didn't. Okay, so the thing with these is the pipe system itself. You can, if you look at it here, you can see there's actually power stored in the pipe, right? In the cable. And the higher tier of the cable, the more power it stores. So when I upgrade this cable, it's going to hold an unholy amount of power. It's going to drain all the power out of our network completely. But doing this now will help me not ever having to do it again. Because, yeah. You can see 3.2 million. Now it's 6.5. Now, so every block I place is another 3.2 million FE. So, yeah, it's gonna be brutal, and of course, I'm shy one. Okay, I'm shy one thingy.
Because of course.
Of course. And good. All right. There goes all of our power. This as far as like a battery, this cable is the best battery you can ever think of. Like, look at, there's 7 million power in there. Like, there's a ton of power. So these don't ever need more power. Now this, before I really ramp up production here, I want to get some upgrades going because I want to speed these up. So it's always a kind of a crapshoot. Do you upgrade the machine itself or do you add upgrades to the machine? Like, which one of those is there a way? Is there, whatever flavor? Because the upgrades are kind of expensive, and so are the tier upgrades. So the advanced tier, basic tier, elite tier. I think the enrichment chamber is probably the thing we want to hit first. So, we want the basic tier. Believe it or not, what we have there is not the basic tier yet. So, we have all of that available. So, we can upgrade that, right? And what this does is it adds more lanes in here. And what you can do is you can auto sort on, and it will auto distribute. If you put a stack in here, it'll distribute that stack across all of the squares. So it's parallel processing. Glorious. Can we please keep my thing here? Okay. Basic tier, and then we want to do an advanced tier. Now we got to craft some stuff. Right? Now it's trying to craft some stuff. But we also want a crafting card. This is why you have so many CPUs, by the way. Having just 1 or 2 CPUs on your network, not ideal. Because when you have like a crafting card in the interface, so the crafting card in here will tell this interface, hey, if you're unable to store, right, if you're unable to pull these materials from the network, automatically craft what you don't have. And that will spit a crafting job automatically to the CPUs. Now, if you have a small number of CPUs, you can quickly use up the bandwidth that you have. If all of your CPUs are used up making things automatically, then you don't really have very much space to use in actual crafting jobs that you want to do. All right, so now we've got 5 different lanes of the enrichment chamber. So now when I add a crafting card to this, it is going to try to craft all of this stuff. Here. This should kick on. There it is. And it is... Oh. It's slow. Let's face facts. It's slow. It's still slow. But if you can see this, it's only using 100 power per tick. Doing 5 at a time. 100 power per tick. Now if we started upgrading these, you can see we have speed and energy upgrades that we can use, as well as the mufflers, but you can either muffle with upgrades or you can muffle with the muting advanced muffler thingy-madoodle. And you can see now these are starting to pick up because this is ejecting them into the network and it's automatically playing in here. And this is trying like crazy to craft the obsidian dust. Okay, now if these are all set to insert on white, the channel, and then they'll insert into the right place. So now we need a extract on white. Extract on white. And we're gonna max that out. Right? And then this is the only one that got it right now because obviously none of these are hooked. Right? They're not hooked up. So we need to hook this that one up and that one up to this one. And now they're gonna grab the redstone and the diamond, and then eventually, hopefully, the obsidian once this gets done, and this gets done. So it'll go through its crafting job first. It won't recursively spin up hundreds and hundreds of crafting jobs. It does the crafting card anyway. It does the craft. Once the crafting job is done, then it reevaluates and says, "Do we need more?" Right? This job is done. Do we need more? It's very, very... I mean, the people behind AE, I just can't even... thinking about... I do think a lot about the back end and how the mods actually work. Right? This is part of the process of understanding how to make a mod like vintage engineering. Is how do you tackle this issue? And so yeah, when a lot of these like really well established Minecraft mods, my mind is just always thinking like, how did they solve this problem? How did they solve the pipe system? How did they implement this? As from what it is, there's 30 million power in this pipe, right? How did they do that? As well as keep the network communicating. Do they have a pipe network? Is it just this block is independent from this block and they just share power? Right? That would be the easiest way to do it. This pipe block and this pipe block are completely independent of one another. Right? It's not a network. It's just this pipe block detects any pipe blocks around it and shares power with it. If it's lower in power, then it diffuses power into it. If it's higher in power, it pushes power. Right? And then you just have every block is doing it. Right? That's a way to solve that problem. And then it would be a way of doing it that would be very easy to debug. Because you're not dealing with networks. So yeah, I've got a couple major bugs in vintage engineering that I have to solve. And so over the last couple of weeks I've been thinking like, how do I approach this? Do I put a band-aid on it and hope that it works? Or do I go back to the drawing board and redo it completely? Rewrite. Right? Because it's like if you just keep putting band-aids on things, the code can become a mess, an absolute. And very, very, very hard to debug. Okay, it looks like this is going strong. Now, do we have little bits... speed upgrade is infused alloy with osmium dust. Can we get 8 of these? 2 craft 16. Darn. Yeah, you can see. This is, look at how many CPUs are being used. We have 5 CPUs being used right now. This is why we have so many CPUs. And you don't need, I have 256K components in there. You don't need that big of components. You just don't. Oh, somebody's got a grappling hook. Sounds like they're breaking their kneecaps, but...
Isn't that half the fun?
Yeah. I swear, there's so many times that I've seen people do mods after playing a game that they try to replicate the features at other in Minecraft. Like right after Direwolf covered Fortresscraft. Right after he covered Fortresscraft Evolved, he worked on and basically guided the creation of a mod that basically replicated the hives in Fortresscraft. You know how the hives grow? He basically made a mod in Minecraft that replicated that. And then his building gadgets, the build to me, right?
Yep.
So the building gadget build to me feature is straight out of Fortress. It's the only reason that feature exists is Fortresscraft. Because it was so handy in Fortresscraft that just... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
Okay. These are going to take a hot minute. Let's go see. I doubt... Oh, look at that. Speed upgrades. One more. Give me one more. Give it to me. There it is. So, yeah. Do this. There we go. Now we went from 100 FE per tick to 10,000. Like I said, it's spicy. It's a spicy amount of power that you need.
Spicy power.
Yep. But we can do efficiency. We can do efficiencies, and that'll trim that down a little bit. But for now, I want to get more of these things done. I don't know why it's making more carbon. It's weird. Yep, plenty of carbon. And so much more diamonds. We're gonna go through so many diamonds. Whew. Yeah, I think these are crafting jobs that spun up. Okay, yeah, we're on the obsidian now, which is a very, very slow. Which is so let's do to move the net. What?
I assume he means, do you want me to?
Oh, I want the nether portal to look cool and stay where it is. I don't like it near the base because it's just so noisy. It's just like you just hear it constantly. Mechanism. Energy upgrade. Why are we crafting so much gold?
I'm making some backpack upgrades.
Ah. Crafting infused alloy. That should be no problem. Yeah, the problem is, again, we're just on the cusp of sort of ramping up and not having any issues. First step is getting the enrichment upgraded and sped up, because you need the enriched infusing material. And then it's starting to increase the crafters themselves, the infusers. So just like we crafted the tier upgrades for this, the tier upgrades also work for those. Not everything has a tier upgrade, unfortunately. I wish it did, but yeah, this one is really where the it's so slow that the enriched obsidian is rough. But also keep in mind, when you upgrade the infusion, when you upgrade these, the capacity of the infusion material goes up a lot. So right now it's like a single bucket, but you upgrade this and you get to multiple buckets. So you go through even more, like, of the enriching stuff, which is always why my enrichment factory is the first thing that's made. Because yeah, this thing, I also want we have one more left for the enrichment. And then I want to max that out. Which is not cheap, but let's put those in. And don't really know what it needs yet, but we go from the advanced to the elite. There's a whole lot of stuff. Apparently there's... You can't just sleep on the bed all day. Out here. The whole lab visit 50 times.
Of course.
Here. And as you know, it's making 64 basic control circuits because that's how I set my recipes. It doesn't need all of those, but it's going to make those. Apparently I don't get a lot. I'm not quite worthy. Okay.
Gotta keep you guessing.
Still hasn't finished. Reinforced alloy. Yeah. This is a problem. This infuser on the diamonds, obsidian, is taking forever. No. Holy Moses, this thing is slow. Yeah. Now I kind of regret not upgrading all of these too. Doing this max probably wouldn't. Yeah, what I should have done is done all advanced, right? So basic, all 5 basics, and then all 5 advanced, and then speed and energy upgrades, and then done the elite tier. Because yeah, it is. Whew, it's rough. Yeah, it's just taking forever to do the freaking obsidian. Like, man, does it take a long time to go through all of that. These things are just so slow. Usually I have like time in a bottle that you can speed up the machines temporarily. But man, oh man, that takes a while. Yeah, what's about? I'd say it's a good 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds. 10 seconds per craft. That's 6 a minute. So 64 is over 10 minutes. A little over 10 minutes. To do a stack. No wonder it's been feeling like it's been dragging. Crazy. Finish those off. This should be done. Pop that in there, and now we have, what is that, 7? 7 stacks at a time. And yeah, the next, we definitely want to finish off those now that that is like maxed out. Didn't I trigger another tier? Oh, I guess I didn't. So I need 4 of these. That should be easily spit out. You and you and you and you. And then on. So you can see this will get triggered again because we started draining out. Although it looks like we've made enough to keep it going. Okay, so now we're starting to compound and snowball our production. Should we do advanced? We craft 32 infused alloy. Woo. We're just chewing through iron. What's going on with the... Is he having connection problems?
No, he's using the grappling whisk and he's getting kicked for flying.
Who?
I told him to stop using it. I don't think he listened.
I wonder how the jetpacks get around that check. Because you're obviously flying around with the jetpacks.
Yeah.
Sure, the Angel doesn't get caught up. At least I hope. Otherwise, I'd have to Google how to turn that check on. Yeah, the latest version of the pack, 1.3, add 2 mods. Create crafts and additions, which it adds an electric motor and an alternator for mechanical power. Electric. It doesn't produce a lot. It's okay. I did bump up the efficiency of the electric motor because electric motors, I think the default in the mod is 75% efficient, and I know for a fact that electric motors way more. So close. As soon as these get speed and power.
Be right back.
And the chin scritches. Slow progression of those arrows. Not sure why it needed to. Alright. This is now going to be like, ooh, we got to make more of the things.
So, quick question for you, Buggy. We've got a lot of equipment with enchants on them. Is it the modifier work table that removes them? Removes the enchantments? Or is there a better way?
I don't know. It used to be there was an enchantment you could put on an anvil where you drop that on something and it would split off the enchantment. But I think it only applies to books now or something. You'll have to experiment and just kind of do just spend some time to look at if it's possible. But there is a machine. The enchantment extractor is a machine that we could.
Oh, okay.
That we could.
So that's one I know works. Now I don't know if it's one book per enchant or if it's a process to get a book with all the enchants and then use an anvil to split up the enchants on the book. But yeah, there's an enchant on an anvil called like splitting that will split enchantments.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have those ready. Is this this will eventually right now? Let's just take refined obsidian. So now speed 4 times 8 is 32.
Got a couple of comments from mainline again.
One book per enchant. Yeah, that's what I thought. The extract, 1 book per enchant. It takes a lot of books. You gotta pull so many. We're gonna need a book factory to be able to make that up. Now we're starting to snowball. You, and you, and you. So much out here. Link. Main link. Okay.
Ah,
Main links. All right, these are now upgraded enough. We can do 4 elite leaders. Watch how fast these grow. Look at that. But yeah, elite is roughly 7. Remember, the first one was $1. Now we're at $7, which is why you want to enrich your stuff because it's worth 8 times the amount. And now we have ultimate, the bee's knees of things and stuff. And just like that, pop, 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 pop. These are now up to 9. And what is that? 9? Yeah, 9 stacks at a time. It's fast. It's really fast. And here we are. Now what did that take? 2 hours. 2 hours from the very beginnings with nothing. And now we have a full elite or full ultimate set of infusers. Maxed out, good to go. And if you want muffling upgrades, It's 4 apiece, so we need 20. Um, yeah, it needs steel dust.
Okay, I've got an anvil with splitting on it, but I can't figure out how to actually split.
You drop the anvil on a thing.
Oh, okay.
You literally, yeah, you have to drop it as if it's Wile E. Coyote. All right. And now, the main part of Mechanism is done. That right there, everything else in Mechanism is based on that setup right there. You literally do whatever you want. And yeah, this system basically just keeps these in stock and then keeps these going as long as you don't run out of redstone, which, it is possible. um, okay. Okay. So yeah, that's the basics. Now if we wanna upgrade our smelters, we can look at the smelting. Now, with those tier installers, you can create the regular smelter, and then you can craft tier installers. Or you can directly craft all the way up if you want. You can upcraft each machine. It's basically the same cost. It saves you one block of planks, and that's it. Right? That's all it saves you is a plank, which is nothing. So if you want to directly craft up to ultimate, you can do that. So let's try that out. We have this. And now I've found that when you do this, you want to set substitutions, because when this crafts the machine, it can be a little quirky on whether or not it detects that you have one of these. Right? So just be aware that having substitutions on is helpful. Okay. Coming down here, we have smelter, 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 and smelter. And then we go, I want 8 energized ultimate smelters. Is a lot of gubbins to craft. A lot. So let's hit that up. And they're not making any noise for obvious reasons. I put the muffling upgrades in. And it's already done. It's already done crafting those. Oh no, it's literally crafting the. We're making smelters to craft. This is one of the reasons we are. Now I've got the flux ducts over here. And I could not find, for the life of me, I could not find a reference to if there's a limit of throughput on flux ducts. Yeah. If somebody knows, main links, if you know, is there a limit on the transfer rate of a flux duct? Because I couldn't find any information. And I really, really didn't want to dig through the code to find out. And there's my 8 ultimate smelters. And we are going to grab this. You can't. The flux ducts are just flux ducts. There's no tier. What tiers? Where do you upgrade them? There's no UI. There's no like when you do a search for flux duct, right? It's just a flux duct. There's no resonant. Like I don't know where or how to upgrade if it's possible. But if resonance is just 25K, I remember the old one, the cryo stabilized, were the big fat ones. I love those. I love that there was a reason. I love that there was a reason to have like that like cryo stable, like the cryo juice, whatever that was called. I did love that. But yeah, from that was like the only version of the mod that I ever saw those. I never saw them again. It's like they got rid of them. They're just not even in here anymore. And we have like four or five of the thermal level things. So anyway. Okay, so the smelting factories here, we want to set these up. So we're going to do auto sort on, we're going to do sided config, and we're going to do input and output here. And this is going to be none, 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 and none. Eject off doesn't really matter when you have laser IO because you can't push into laser IO. But there might be a problem with this. There might be a problem with this. Let me think about this for a second. Is laser IO the best choice here? Because these things are going to go so fast, we might not have enough. Now, I have 8 maxed cards here. I might want to do round robin. Let's grab my card cloner. And we're going to go round robin true. This is the first one here. Okay. And the other thing I have in here is node overclockers, right? I wanted to set us an example up. So the node overclocker versus the card overclocker. The card overclocker allows you for one single card to be faster, right? It pulls more, it transfers more, more frequently. But the way that the program is, or the way that the mod is built, the node itself, when it ticks, and it ticks aside, will only tick a single card, and then it will move on. And the next tick comes by, and it may tick the next card. And when the next one comes by, it may tick the next card. So every tick, it's only ever doing one card. The node overclocker, the reason I have 8 of them in there, right, is this thing will tick all of these cards every tick, right? It ensures that you get the absolute maximum out that you can possibly muster. Okay, so the sided config here, I thought for sure I had input-output on there. But yeah, eject doesn't matter with laser IO. It just doesn't. So we are going to clear, shift right click, and now we're at ultimate smelting. Paste, 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 and paste. And eat me a bacon sandwich. Okay. And so now, like, when you look at these, it should be good to go. Okay, as far as power, I'm thinking, yeah, we're probably going to want different power setup. The flux ducts are great and all, but I don't know if they have a limitation. I mean, we can certainly test. I don't know. Do I have any more flux duct? I mean, it's not like it's expensive. It's not expensive. All right. So now we have 8 machines. We need 64 speed. Beautiful. And so on this one, we have an extract here. We might want to maximize this, just to ensure that it's... Because remember, when this is like maxed out, it's going to be very, very fast. We can increase the speed already. So this is 18,000, which is what it's pulling. Okay. So let's grab all of those. Okay. And now this should not take very long at all with all those maxed out. Laser IO energy yes, is good, but it's also limited. There's an upper limit. I can't remember what it is though. We can look really quick. I have the book. The book should tell you. There it is. Cards, energy. No. Energy cards. 100,000. Ooh, I guess it is. It is more spicy than I thought it was. 100,000 FE per tick. That's pretty damn good. I thought it was lower than that, but yeah, 100k FE per tick is not bad. All right. Now, speaking of cards, I need to look at my card situation. We have quite a few. Okay, so now we need a set of cards in each one of these. So we are inserting on black. So insert on black. Insert on black. Insert on black. Insert on black. Insert black. Black. Insert. Now I'm going to need some more overclockers card. Let's go down and copy this one. Copy. That one. Come up here. Card. And it does automatically take out the overclockers if you have them. Right? And that should be most of the rest of those. And this one already has it. Okay, that is our maxed smelting stack. And believe it or not, that can smelt probably faster than anything in the game. Like, there have been crafting jobs where I've maxed all those out. Believe it or not. There have been times where I've crafted 200,000 iron ingots for something. Namely, like when I do the induction cells. When the induction cells from Mekanism hit. Let's do a search for induction. Right? These, like, the amount of gubbins that you have to craft for these induction cells, it's a lot of stuff, right? Energy tablets. So like gold, you need, 100,000 gold to be able to craft a decent sized version of this. Or even going so far as to do a reactor setup and stuff like that. Pretty crazy amount of material. Oh, righty. So what do we do now that we're sort of set up? What do we do now? We have basically we have most of Mechanism. You know, we have now it's open to us. We can basically make anything we want. These are maxed, upgraded, ready to go. We can infuse whatever we want. And it finally looks like our Certus core's finished. And now, yeah, the crystal growth accelerators turned off. And so yeah, they're not drawing power anymore, which is nice. Nice savings. And if we use a bunch of Certus and this drops, this will kick on, but it will wait for a very, very long time because this is an extended AE threshold level emitter. And that is essentially, if you look it up, is a RS latch, set reset latch. So it has an upper and lower threshold. So there's 300,000 Certus in there. This thing will not turn on until it drops below 4,000. So that's 296,000 Certus we would have to use before this kicked on again, and then it wouldn't turn off until it hits over 300,000, right? So that's the RS latch part of it, which is nice because now that this thing is hit, it may never turn on again. We would have to do an insane level of crafting for AE to use up 296,000 Certus cores. That'd be a lot of Certus cores. We could do more pulverizers. I'm not really concerned with those right now. I'd like to get oil up and running because now it's like, okay, we have all of these running. Now it's kind of like, what do we do about power? Because when we kick off a craft, yeah, we're gonna need a lot of power. Probably more than what we have right now. And I still need to move this. I need to set up the ether gas version. We need to sort out the landscape a little, try to get us ready for more buildings. That would be nice.
I started working on the other side of the house with landscaping, other side of the tree farm.
Yeah. Yeah, this side here is gonna require like builder level crazy shenanigans. But I would like to get a bunch of that dirt and such. But we're conveniently right next to a lukewarm ocean. Like, and a deep lukewarm ocean. And you need a deep lukewarm ocean or some sort of deep ocean in order to get oil. Because, yes, there are little bits and pieces of oil around, and we haven't really gotten into RF Tools dimensions. We could. That is a whole rabbit hole of things that we would have to do to get that. And RF Tools dimensions themselves require quite a lot of power. But oil is one of those things. We have three different mods in this mod pack that could use oil. So like take your pick on how you want to process it. Like pneumatic craft has its own way, its own uses for oil, for sure. Thermal has its own use for oil, for energy, which is what I usually go for. Is the thermal. Thermal is my my mid game. The thermal compression dynamos are my mid game power, and that uses refined fuel, which is you get a lot of power out of those, especially in my mod pack. I buff them a little bit to make them a little bit more enticing, I guess. And then there's the mod The Factory Must Grow, which is kind of taking the place of Immersive Petroleum, because Immersive Petroleum has not been updated. So The Factory Must Grow adds its own level of refineries, and it's all based on Create, of course. But yeah, it adds its own level of refining system that would be interesting. And I know Immersive Engineering has a refinery, but I don't think it inherently supports oil. I think you need Immersive Petroleum, and that hasn't been updated, even though I love using it. But The Factory Must Grow has we do at TFMMG. So The Factory Must Grow is, yeah, it's the oil processing basic add-on mod to Create. And they have in here a surface scanner. And of course it needs freaking rotation. Oh, they just don't know. They don't know how to do things that don't require rotation. But it's a really, like, pondering about, like, it gives you a direction of oil. Like, I don't really like it. I don't like the vague, right? Surface scanners used to locate crude deposits. Makes it scan for the nearest deposit. The compass will point towards it. Like, okay, what if you're on the deposit? What does it do? Like, what does it do then? So I don't know. If somebody has experience, somebody can experiment with it all you want. Like, go ham. Just figure it out. I don't have the time. What I want to do is create a little oil derrick. Somebody can work on making it look good. You just Google, like, offshore drilling rigs. Sort of like what DeVejas was doing over here with his lighthouse. But we can set up an offshore drilling rig. We need a laser system. So we want a fluid laser base. I don't need more than one of these, so let's just do this. And we're going to craft those and get these. And diamond. Might as well use my broken down diamond pick. Just make it. Because why not? And then the laser drill, we actually need a few of these. You can do like 36 of them. Look like a crazy amount of these. Simple machine frame is a latex thing, so let's do this. Those are all craftable, so that is a latex. And then the pity machine frame is all of that, which is a normal craft. So we go in here and we go to the dissolution chamber. This is obviously the latex version. And then the thing here is the pity machine. So now we can go and say laser drill. All of these are craftable, right? Everything here with a plus sign is craftable. So that saves us big time. All of the little bits and bobs can be crafted. So, do we want to do a max version of this, like, right away? Or do we want like a basic? I'm pretty sure you can have 9 drill things on each side. I'm pretty sure. Unless they've changed that. Somebody tell me whether or not that's still true. The other thing we're going to need is a tank. I need some squiddies. Let's go grab. Let's go find us some squiddies.
Squiddies.
Next to the lighthouse, there's some.
Oh, they're probably all over the place. Squiddy.
See a
There's some.
skeleton or something on the map.
Come here, Squiddy. Boink. You got Vejas making a giant train station underwater here. I think the train goes to Atlantis.
Yeah, I gave him the idea.
Okay, and then we'll come over here. Oh, shnikes. This box is full.
Then the one below it.
Oh, snap. Yeah, if you just manually pull out some of that stuff and just put it in a box. I don't want anybody to touch it until I can do so on camera. But yeah, we don't want to avoid any of those.
No, definitely not.
Okay, so we're not gonna turn that on. The other thing I should tell you guys is I obviously upgraded this. So you'll see the difference in what those upgrades in this thing do. So we can turn the lights on because we don't need regular mob spawning just yet. All right, so these are emptying out. Let's grab a couple more drawers. Where do we want? Ugh, just icky. It's icky. We want. Well, we don't need that many here. Okay, and then we want. Do I have any wood on me? I don't think so. So, if you want to extend a little bit of the system, I'm going to need to add in some more. Need some more crafting thingies. Okay, so to connect this drawer controller to these drawers over here, you use trim. Right? Then placing drawers on top ensures that these are now part of that system, right? So whatever we do to this drawer system is reflected in here. And these trims, because this was based originally on a Mr. Beardstone thing, he has the value maxed out. So you can go 75 blocks away from the controller and you still can have the same system. Okay. I think I put the squid in here. Yeah. So you'll see quickly how fast this thing. All right, now we're going to take the ink sac, drop them in there. And now Yay. Ink sacks. And let's try. I'm curious if Squiddies can go away. Let's do phantoms. I'm just curious on what, because these guys can fly, I'm not sure how they're going to react. I mean, they definitely die to the grinding wheel. There, phantom membranes all day. It's one of the reasons I added that fan up on top to blow it down into the grinder. So anything that, like, because blazes can do that too. They can fly up, and that fan will just push them down. So this fan here pushes them all the way up here. This fan pushes them all the way to this corner. So the only square free of fan influence is this back corner right here, and then this one pushes them down. You don't want to push them all the way to the wall, right? You don't want them going all the way because it could push them through the wall. They could glitch through the wall. So don't do it all the way. You just do it to the grinder, and then you make sure that they get ground down to little bits and bobs and pieces and all the stuff. So now we can turn the lights off again. So yeah, if y'all need anything in terms of like products, I put pigs in through here, and we got 500 pork. So yeah, it comes in fast. And eventually I will move this whole system to the basement. Eventually. All right. The whole point of me doing this was to grab some wool. Oh, okay. Give me black ink. Or black dye, I guess.
I think we've got some black dye if you need it.
Damn, whatever. It is what it is.
Okay.
It doesn't. I get hundreds of ink now, so it's not. We're not short on anything. The reason why I wanted this is the tank. The reason I added the Ender tank recipe in here, right, is to be able to, control and to be able to be like, I want to craft that. But I wanted the wool because if you use dyed wool in place of white wool, it'll automatically dye all of the colors of Ender Storage that color. So if you want a black, 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 you just use black wool, and that saves you 4 dye, basically. Or 6 dye. It saves you 6 dye. Right? Just by doing that. Like the Ender chest that down on here is white, white, white. This is the default. This is the default color scheme for pushing stuff into the system, because the Ender pouch. Ender. It's in here somewhere. Oh, my YouTube brain. Why am I not seeing Ender storage? Why am I not seeing the Ender pouch? Oh, there it is. It just doesn't have an icon. Yeah, the Ender pouch. I don't know why that's weird. Why is this icon is? That's why I'm not able to see it, because it's literally invisible. But yeah, this, when you crafted basic, you can change the colors depending on the dye, of course. But that allows you, if you had one of those, you could go out on a mining expedition and just open that and dump resources in, and it would automatically go into the system. I'm resisting for as long as possible the wireless because as soon as wireless happens, nobody else does anything. Because if you can be off somewhere and just open up the wireless terminal, what's the point in even doing anything? So yeah, I've been resisting doing that just because reasons. We tend to just stop playing it at some point. Okay. So the laser base, again, I think we'd be able to do 36, 4 times 9. 36 laser drills. Right? And that goes around the thing. We also need a black laser lens. It's either one or... Let me put down the base. Yeah, just one laser lens. Okay. I think the ore laser base, you can do more than one lens. So yeah, the black laser base, you can do that. And then if we do this, we actually don't have enough spruce logs.
How is that possible?
I haven't transferred the wood. We don't really have any more spruce. The wood farm over here, I don't think has been keeping a supply.
871.
Oh, it has been.
Yeah, I turned it off, so it wasn't using them. Using the other 3.
Sweet. Yeah, we gotta figure out a solution for that. And start. See how fast this is. Cat's in a mood. Woo! It's yeah, look how fast that's smelting. There's about 700 ingots just smelted in about 10 seconds. Yeah, now the actual slow part is that stupid dissolution chamber. That's just slowly like... even though I've got max upgrades in here. And the upgrades do make a difference. It's just painful. And then this, as soon as this drops below 1,000 buckets, these would kick on again. But yeah, I guess depends on how much the simple machine frame is. Does it take a bucket each? Oh no, it takes a quarter of a bucket. Yeah, so 36 would be 8 buckets. Yeah, it's not going to drop below it. Because Mechanism, if you want the next tier of power, basically you can do a generator, but it's essentially a diesel generator, so you need oil anyway. So Mechanism generators is the mod that adds power or power gen. What was that mod back in the day? There was a mod that added the giant solar panels, like the multi-block, the giant solar panels. There were like 7 different tiers. And then the same mod added those giant multi-block void miners. the big giant multi blocks that you could add. You know, they had all the little upgrades that you could blocks that you could put in there, and then they had the beam had to go all the way down to bedrock. But yeah, they had these void miners, and the same mod had the solar panels, and that mod, I missed that mod. I love that because the void miners, like you'd start it small, and then each tier would give you there would be one material that you would get from each tier that was only possible to get from that, right? So I even forgot what the materials were, but oh, I can't remember what they were. But yeah, I love that. Such a good.
Funny because I was just thinking of that mod recently.
All right, we got to go to a lukewarm ocean, and I need to refill my suit. While that's refilling, I need a crazy number of upgrades eventually, but also more universal cable. I doubt I really don't need. Yeah, let's just do some elite tier. Like, elite tier is 400,000 FE per tick. I think that's enough. This is 3.2 million FE per tick. I think that's too much. All right, let me grab another flux point. The nerd in me wants to run like power lines everywhere and have a really cool system, but the streamer in me doesn't think people would be interested in seeing me building. Those kinds of systems are fun to see after they're built, but the process of building them is just tedious and boring, so it's hard to justify that.
Oh, Tama and Vejas just posted ideas on what that mod might be.
Environmental tech? That sounds right. Environmental tech.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah, I remember building one of the, working up to it, but building the top tier void miner in my basement, and just having this massive system, and then it basically had a drawer system that held all of the materials, and you would get on a max tier with max upgrades. Holy Moses, would you get a lot of resources? It was like, a raw chunk, a raw material, like a metal or whatever. You get like one per tick, or one every other tick. Just an insane amount of material. All right, this is refilled. So now we need to go to Build-A-Me. And there's a whale over here. Oh, it just despawned. All right. Let's get to... Oh, there's a bunch of whales. Look at all the whales! And is this the deep? Here it is. So, yeah, at some point, probably build a drilling rig or something. Let's do F3 plus G. Look at that. I'm actually right in the chunk. This is glorious. I meant to do that.
Vejas said that Environmental Tech has a 1.2 version,
What?
so could probably use it.
What? The last version of the mod pack. I was one of the mods I looked for, and it was not available. I have no idea if this is in line. Hey, it is. So in my brain, I'm thinking like an oil derrick of some kind here. Not that it really matters, but of course this is. I need more dirt.
Fountain on Curseforge, he said.
I haven't. I didn't think it was available because the last version was not available. So I just assumed it wasn't being updated. Shows what I know. Okay, so let's do this. And fluid laser base.
Laser base.
Laser base. Okay, so this we want like depth of 50. So I'll show you the uses of the black laser lens and why I chose this. So if you look at the laser drill fluids, you can see crude oil, and then the biomes. Deep lukewarm ocean is one of the biomes, right? Desert ocean, cold ocean, deep cold ocean, deep frozen ocean, deep lukewarm ocean, and warm ocean. So just plain lukewarm ocean is not good enough. You have to have deep lukewarm ocean. And then the min Y and max Y is just those. I don't honestly know why they added depth. You just literally like choose the depth. Like I don't understand that mechanic at all and why it's included. But as far I need more dirt. Let me just grab dirt. I need to build this up one more. I need to use the bathroom over here. Jesus. That was very distracting. Okay. Now, we want the laser drills need to go 1 square away. So this square, no. But this square, yes. Okay. Target not found. So, well, and they must have changed this then. Because you used to be able to have a 3x3 on each side. So apparently not anymore. So that's I made way too many laser drills. Way too many. Dirt, please. I did have a bunch of them. I knew I had some somewhere. There we go. Do the tank. Well, at least I didn't make the upgrades for 36 of those. Oh, Jesus. Hey now, dude. Excuse me? Speaking of... How is 16 damage not enough for you? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't make 36 upgrades and come in here and be like, oh, I can't actually use 36 upgrades. See? All right. So the tank can go on top. It automatically pushes to the top, I believe. And then we want to make sure if we do Shift M and we do chunks and we grab this and we shift click it. Okay. Now we want power. We don't need to do power to this thing. This thing doesn't need power, nor does it use... I don't know if it uses any upgrades. I can make upgrades for it, but let's do power. Power. Might as well be all symmetrical with it. Okay, and then the flux
Not
point.
symmetry.
This is going to be oil pump. I was going to do Derek, but I don't know how to spell Derek.
I think it's that.
No, it is definitely not that. Oil Derek. It's a weird. I'm pretty sure there's an I in it.
Yeah, I was just thinking it might be DERICK. I'm trying to look it up now, so we'll know for sure.
Oh, crude oil is coming in, but it's not. Output is push. There it is. Okay. Now,
That's how I spell it.
Derek. There it is. That looks better. That looks more right. Okay, so this is going to be very, very slow on upgraded. Very, 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 very slow. So do we want let's do a new waypoint. D-E-R-I-C-K? D-E-R-R-I-C-K. I can't remember.
Yeah, 2 R's.
That still looks wrong. My brain just doesn't like it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, so the upgrades, add-ons here, we want 5 of these. That is going to be tier 2, that will be efficiency. So then we need 5 of these. And then 5 of these. And this is why you put that pattern provider on blocking mode. So you don't have 2 different recipes going in there all at once and then not having it not functional. It pushes a recipe in and then just leaves it and then crafts the next one. The other thing we're going to need, if we're going to do the thermal, my usual build is thermal compression dynamos next, which need fractioning stills for the actual production of the things in the stuff. So we need Invar gears, which is surprising I don't have Invar gears in here yet. All of the rest is craftable. Go over here. Amazingly, I don't have I don't have copper ingots made smeltable yet. That's great. Or yeah, smeltable. So just kind of place it somewhere random. And then copper, again, we're going to go processing. 64 makes 64. And that can go in my smelting stack. And that's one of the reasons why it's way more efficient. When you have a big smelting stack like that, it's way more efficient to do stacks at a time. I have in the past done 3 stacks makes 3 stacks, right? I don't know if you can set this to be whatever you want now. It used to be not that way. So I'm used to it working a certain way, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, there have been times where because we can smelt so much at once, it's way more efficient in the crafting job for it to send out like 1 stack at a time and just pile up those as a multiplier. So all right, so there is add-on there, there's add-on there, and there's add-on there. And fractioning stills, we want how many of these? If we look at the use, light oil and heavy oil comes from crude oil, right? So 100 millibuckets turns into 40 and 60. So if you have 10, let's say you have 10 crude oil crafters, right? 10 of these. Well, a perfect ratio would be 10 of these, 4 of these, 6 of these. So you essentially need 20. But if we go for multiples of 2, which is kind of what the game is based on, then you do 8 of these, and then does that doesn't work out, does it? No, it should. 40, yeah, 8, 2, 4, 6. That would only be 25%. 10 would be might be easier in this situation to do 20. 10 of the crude, 4. Yeah, if you did 8, 40% of 8, and 60% of 8 doesn't quite work out. Like 60% of 8 would be maybe 5, and then 3, but that doesn't. Maybe. I don't know. Does the math? If you do 8 times 0.4 is 3.2. Yeah, it's a fractional number, so it wouldn't be perfect. You would have, misguided shenanigans. And then the items you get, right? Crude oil gets you bitumen. Processing the heavy oil gets you tar. And then the light oil actually gets you sulfur dust, which is phenomenal. The sulfur dust is very useful when you get to the nuclear stuff. The sulfur is used extensively in the uranium process. So this usually gets you the materials that you can then carry over to the next stage, which is why I do it. And then tar, I think, I mean, it is a fuel. I'm not 100%. I used to be able to use it. Used to be able to use it as a slime ball, but yeah, now it doesn't look like you can. You can burn it, but it's interesting that you can't use it as a slime ball anymore. And the bitumen is also a fuel. And it's a way to get coke in the pyrolyzer, which also gets you tar. So either way, you're gonna have a lot of tar. And there's not like we can burn it, but we're trying to be environmentally friendly. You definitely don't want it. We can just trash can it, of course. Now that it doesn't really have a use. Okay, in order to make things go a little bit faster. All right. So this one can't be speed. And this is as fast as it's going to go. I don't know if it needs, does it work with a block underneath it? I have no idea. I have no idea. I do know that if we had environmental tech, which we're getting a serious case of feature creep with the mod pack.
Lots of creepy features.
Yeah. Because I know the environmental tech, at least in the past, it sort of auto-generates the resources that it finds, the void miners. And one of them was always the bituminous sand. You could literally generate this bituminous sand, and this gets you crude oil as well, right? Bituminous sand gets you crude oil. No, this is not perfect. But and it also gets you tar and bitumen. Pyrolyzer gets you a little bit extra heavy. Ooh. We could get a little extra heavy oil out of the bitumen from the original craft. So that's only a 10% chance So essentially 44 heavy oil coming out of that. Because this gets you another 50. So 45 heavy oil, maybe? 45 heavy oil? Okay. But as you can see, we've got almost 10 buckets of crude. Yeah, this is not nearly as fast as I was hoping. Ooh, flying fish. Sweet. That's so cool. How much power is this taking total? It sure is blinking a lot. We may not have enough production to, 50 millibuckets roughly per second. Like, I'm pretty sure a fully maxed fractioning still would be able to chew through that real fast. Like, it would be kind of laughably bad how fast that would be. The other thing we could do is go around and grab all of the oil from the pools that are around us. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. There's no like regular geyser sort of deposits like old school. I miss that. Or the immersive petroleum when you'd hunt down a good deposit and you find one and you have to build a derrick and all the whole enchilada, but you'd get rewarded with a large volume of oil. So yeah, immersive petroleum is definitely one that I would favor. But the factory must grow version, it might be very similar. It's just I really didn't like the sort of the generic like compass points you towards the thing and you need rotational power. Like how do you how do you have rotational power out in the middle of nowhere? Right? Do you just like put down a hand crank and hope for the best?
Sounds legit.
Yeah. All right, so we want a tank. All right. Yeah, so if somebody wants to tinker with that, just to see if the deposit has a decent amount, then it would be worth it. But if it didn't, that would be disappointing. Oh, to the corner. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now that we're in the base, let's turn that off. this is going to be fluid insert, then up, fluid, extract of black. There we go. Now it's not needed for that pump, but if we go out and we pump pools, we go around and we find a pool of it, we can drop it into the tank and it will push it into here for us. Which is why I did that. Okay, so the fractioning stills, like each craft of the fractioning still uses it consumes 100 millibuckets, and remember we're pumping 50 per second. So I honestly don't think we need more than like 3 fractioning stills right now. Usually I have a stack of like 8, 16. I usually have like 16 fractioning stills all running all at the same time. But that's when you can like pump a lot, when you have like immersive petroleum. That's the level of that. But this, like, I don't see us using very many. Because we can augment all of these. And then increases RF efficiency. That's a dynamo. We need 1, 2, 6 of these. And then 3 of these. I try to balance it. You can max one or the other, but I try to balance it. Okay.
All right, so I've got a disenchanter set up, but there's a lot of items that it just doesn't work for, and so it must be another mod that's interacting with those.
What
Like
item?
gravitational iron chestplate of health, for example.
Right. A lot of the apotheosis things that have those effects, those are not enchants doing that.
Yep. And that's what I was saying. So is there anything we can do with those, or?
Yes.
Yeah,
you can salvage those for high level materials that you can use to then craft things that you want. So again, apotheosis is going to take its own stream. The whole enchilada. There is a lot to unpack with that mod, and so like it's going to take a concerted effort to unpack all of that. So I don't want to do too much with that mod right now, just because there's a lot to do, and I really want to do that on camera.
Yeah, that mod has a bit of a learning curve to it.
Not to mention there's Tinker's construct, so it's hard to tell which is which.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, let's see. In this chest here, I've got a bunch of the items. So you've got a Tinker's Construct Electrum Wood War Pick, which I think that's just a regular Tinker's Construct item. But then you've got Lengthy Rose Gold Iron War Pick of the Scholar. So that one looks like it has Apotheosis infused with the
Yeah, apotheosis just it just randomly generates like tools and stuff based on what mods are installed. It's a pretty crazy system, but need another tank. those away. Okay. We're going to need items. What was the... Oh, it's the pyrolyzer. Okay, yeah. So the tar, I think I'm going to straight up just void. I see no reason to keep tar around. I mean, it's a basic fuel, but
I'm guessing we can get a ton of it pretty quick too. So
I mean, it just has no other use other than burning, and yeah, it's just not worth. Once we go to fuel-based power, you don't really need a lot of it. Okay, so but the pyrolyzer, we do. Oh, constant. So first step is the fuel, or the oil. Then we have heavy and light. This is going to give us some more heavy. So we may need to supplement that a little bit. Probably not. So how fast these are. And then, after all is said and done, this is going to output fuel into there. So, yeah, we want there, there, there. Now, I'm not going to hook these up to anything. Not yet, anyway. But we want to set the sidedness. Input, output on that side. And then this as well. This side. And then this is on this side. And this is on this side. And this doesn't matter. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to do this. Oh, I need more fluid cards. There's going to be a lot of fluids in here. So let's do laser IO and do 10 more fluid cards. Okay, let me grab those. Filters are fine. Now, this is going to want crude, so we're going to fluid insert on black. Okay. This will be fluid extract on black, but I don't want to set that up just yet. And then we're going to want two different fluid extracts here. Light oil and heavy oil. So here and here, extract on red, and then a filter on heavy oil. Okay. So the red is heavy oil. And then it looks like light oil is orange. So whatever version of that is. 1. I went through the whole thing backwards and it was just 1. That's plant oil, light oil. Okay. Channel 1 is extract on light oil. Okay. So this is going to be an insert on heavy oil. This will be an insert on light oil. This one will be, nope, an extract on heavy oil, because it's the same number over here, right? So it's going to extract the same material and push it over here to get processed. So I'm kind of doing this step by step to organize it in my brain, because it is just what it is. So the refined fuel here is going to be an insert, and it's basically yellow. And we can free oil, creosote, crude, heavy. Where's the refined fuel? Refined fuel. Okay. Just to make sure we're pushing in the right thing. And then we want, both of these are going to make refined fuel. And which number is that? 4. Okay. Just easier to think that way. So then we want this as an extract on 4. Right? And this is an extract on 4. Because both light oil and heavy oil get us refined fuel. Okay. So that's our refined, or that's our fluids basically done. Now this is going to also make bitumen, which that has to go over here. So we are going to have an item card, extract on black. And it's like a 10% chance, so I'm not anticipating like too many shenanigans with that. So this extract on black, we're going to come over here, and this we're going to insert on black. So that takes care of the bitumen that we get out of here. Now, one of these is going to give us, see, light oil is going to give us sulfur. We definitely want to keep that. But the heavy oil is going to give us tar, as well as this, I believe. This bitumen is going to get us coke and tar. So I think one of these we're going to have down item filter tar here. And this can be channel 0. That's fine. Default channel. Tar is going to go in there. This is going to be coke and tar. I think on this we want priority to be high. We want it to push into here before it pushes into here. Okay, so this on the down is also an insert on white, but this one is going to be deny tar, right? And then here we're going to have item. Wait. Why do I have an item extract? Or no, that's an insert. Never mind. That's an insert. This is an extract. It'll extract whatever we make. It'll prioritize tar going into here, and then whatever's left, denied tar going into there. Because all of these are going to be linked together, right? So you have to sort of manage what goes where explicitly. Otherwise, you get shenanigans, and nobody wants shenanigans.
But I want shenanigans.
No.
Aw.
Okay, so over here, we also need an extract on white. And here, we need an extract on white. This is the only extract on black that we need, because we are getting something here that we definitely use, and we're shoving it over here. Okay. Now, this is a fluid insert on black, so this is an extract. Okay. Now we can link all these together. And hope and pray that that's enough. Okay. Came over here. Oh yeah. Flux point. We're going to name this refined fuel. Fuel. You can see how fast this is now. Yeah, this is not even close. We're not pumping even remotely close to keeping up with this. And here's our fuel, ready to go. So now we should have some coke and some sulfur dust in the system. Yep. And we should see this at some point, maybe. There it is. Yep. And then the coke will also slowly go up. Now, I don't know if this is directly transferable between mods. It doesn't look like it. Although you can crush it in the immersive crusher to get the coke dust, which can be used to directly craft steel. Or I mean, you could make thermal steel. I mean, there are uses. Oh, I don't want to yeah, this will very quickly use up all of that. So you can imagine what your throughput needs to have if you have like 8 of these in a line, all running this fast, and then like, yeah, usually it's a pretty good amount of material that I'm processing. But if we look at compression dynamos here, refined fuel gets you 1.5 million RF per bucket, right? It is the bestest that you can get. It's a lot of power per bucket. And the dynamos I should have. What are these? Show crap. Oh, yeah, the compression dynamo itself has a decent default. So you can I increased the power that it generates, but that does not increase the power you get from the fuel. The power you get from the fuel is the same. And if you increase the power you generate, it just makes the fuel not last as long, right? Because you're generating more power. So it balances itself out. You're not getting more power by increasing the dynamo output. You're just using it faster. Okay, so we're gonna want compression dynamo here. Bronze gear. Just about tip my coffee over bronze blend. This is why we keep the dusts on us. I should have a blend. There's my blend maker. Gears are down here. Dynamo themselves. And then bronze. Blend. Glorious. I should put mufflers in those. There. Okay, so let's do 8 to start. So that didn't take long. And then we're definitely gonna want ultimate universal cable, I think. Just to make sure that we're future proofing this setup. Okay. And then we want this dynamo. I think compression also need water. I think. Or maybe that used to be the Stirling generator. Like one of them used to also need water, but maybe not anymore. So, but if we do this with this pipe, this is a dynamo, and then this is a dynamo, and this would be the pipe going up, pulling out of that. Right? So there, I really wish these would place properly. But yeah, let me grab. Two, 4, 5. They always place. No matter which orientation I look at.
Because of course.
All right, do these? No, I get. At some point, these required water. But I guess they simplified everything. Which is fine by me. So you can see ADRF. Normally this would be like, I don't know, 20 or something like that. I forget what the other base was, but yeah, as we work this up, this is probably empty. So yeah, this is we're slowly making it. All right, I need to take another quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right, back to it. Now, we could go out. Stop doing that. I kind of want to take all the augments out of these and basically shut these down. So it's a huge waste of power. But so these excitation field limiter is kind of it's a must-have. Normally I edit how many augments you can put in these, but I don't know. They must have changed where you can edit these, because it used to be in a config, right? You used to be able to open a config and it would have, you know, how many augments machines can have, machines and dynamos and all of it. Now it's not even, there's not even a mention of it. You can edit the amount of power that they either consume or produce. You can edit some stuff like that, but you can't edit how many augments they have. Now, I don't know if there's like a way to do it via like data pack or you know, data edits or what, but so you can see each one of these has a 16 bucket internal capacity. And we have 8 of these. Not good. Is there a way that we can shrink those down? No. There is not. So we will try to do it with laser IO. Normally, I would use a pipe, but I don't think we need each one of these have 16 buckets. Like, I just don't see it. What other augment should we put in there? We have 2 slots. Yeah, normally I would have those have more slots, but I think 8 of these increases fuel efficiency, which, yeah, well, then we could put one of these in and we get even more power. So, and it's effectively the silver. We have silver. Now, let's do increase fuel efficiency, generation rate. All right, so right now these are 100% efficient, 320 RF per tick. One of those is 110%. One of those, now we're at 99%, but we're producing 640 versus 320. So that is 100%. So now we have 8 of these producing 640 RF per tick. Which is 640, it would be 64 minus 1280 would be 4 something, 400 something, or 4,000 something power. 640 5,000. 5,120 power. So how are we going to ensure that we're not wasting tons of fuel? I do like when I initiate a craft and the whole base sort of wakes up and comes alive. No. Now, we have this. We have a counting filter, so we put fluid in, quest, insert, let's do 4, counting filter, and we have refined fuel. Do this. 1 bucket. Right? 1 bucket of refined fuel goes in there, and then it will stop. Now, part of me realizes, I just realized, this thing, this lowers the amount it produces based on how full it is. If memory serves. So if we just have 1 bucket in here, output rate throttles based on local feedback. I don't know what that means. What, based on local feedback? What is that supposed to mean? Well, we can test this. Let's do an extract. Oh, no, it's only got the 1 bucket. I thought it was gonna lower this. Excellent. So that means we can take this. We can grab our card copier, and we can copy it. Uh, aren't these getting their share? What? Why aren't these getting... I'm confused. Oh, no. We have 118 buckets. Okay. Oh, now they have it. Huh. Damn, that elevator is loud. When this thing triggers. 500. If I lower this. No, not. Yeah, there's 26 million power, which is rough. All right, so the Sterlings out here should be dead. They should be ready to go. Okay. Now the charcoal in here is not going to go to waste because the metallurgic infuser for carbon can use it for making steel. So waste not, want not. That's what I said. Sterling dynamos. What good could these be? I mean, they can burn all the things, but essentially, yeah, they're not really. But the plug is what we wanted over here. So let's put the plug down. We're going to name this compression dynes. You can see this building up power. Good to go. Looking at this, you can see whether or not we're actually net positive. We might not be net positive on our refined fuel, which would be sad. So we're gonna need to figure out a way to get more oil faster. Because yeah, imagine this is 1/4 of the setup I usually have all four sides covered with these dynamos maxed out. So I usually have a total of 32. Actually, I usually have 64, but this would be 32. 8 on a side. Okay, so now that their buffers are filling up, they're slowing down because of this. They can, if they fill completely up, they'll stop, which will help fuel consumption. But depending on like how much power we're drawing, it could easily disappear very quickly. So this is usually my bridge setup between like early game power and late game power is the compression dynamo. So, but I usually have more of them because oil is a little easier to find. And so has anybody tinkered with the surface scanner from The Factory Must Grow at all?
I haven't.
Me neither.
Oh, yeah. I wonder, like, what we would do if I reduce the number of mods to be, like, basically force the hand. Force your hand into doing stuff because there's no other way to do it.
Sometimes I can see that beneficial because I mean, how many ways is there to make like steel and stuff like that?
Right.
I think you stripped out a lot of the different ways too, but
I haven't really, no, not
or
on
not
that.
stripped out, it's just
There's ways. I mean, every way has its merits and its drawbacks. You know, Mechanism is by far the easiest because it requires no multi-blocks. It's pretty basic. It's fast. Mechanism comes in, or that is Mechanism. Where immersive engineering comes in, where it's more visually involved. You have multi-blocks, you have blast furnace, you got, you know, all of that stuff. And you can sort of just build a bunch of those, set them up and leave, and they'll just sit and craft, right? They're actually pretty easy for that. And then The Factory Must Grow, I only skimmed the surface of that. I only looked at some of the recipes that are in there, and that one looks insane. Oh my god. Anything dealing with Create is insane because of all the caveats of the mechanical power system is really hard. And that's one of the reasons I added crafts and additions. Create crafts and additions allows you to make, not Mechanism additions. Where is it at? Yeah, Create crafts and additions adds the, where is it at? There it is. The electric motor and the alternator. So each one of these, the alternator takes mechanical power and makes electricity. The electric motor takes electricity and turns it into mechanical power. And I increase the efficiency of these because electric motors are very efficient in terms of like energy conversion. They're even more efficient today than they were 20 years ago. But yeah, these like mechanical crafting, all of this. So we can basically go anywhere and using RF make mechanical power. So the main reason I added this mod is for this feature, electric motors. And I know that there's if we go to New Age, no, it's not new. Yeah, New Age. Yeah. You have basic motors, strong motors, reinforced motors. But for some reason it introduces a different power system. Like it uses like the lightning bolt power. I have no idea why. Why would you introduce a different power system? I just don't understand. But this gets you the generator coils, the magnets. This is what I wanted to test for vintage engineering is getting into that. But I wanted to sort of like, I wanted to go from a base where I had known quantities and like a known level of production, and then allow me to sort of dip into the unknown. Why are these out without? What is going on with this?
do we have a surface scanner?
None of that stuff is crafted. You're
Okay.
gonna have to figure out how to craft all that stuff, which I'm assuming is
Yeah.
going to be involved.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty big process.
Yeah,
And
that's
as
why
far
I
as can
mentioned
go-
it like
Yeah.
hours ago, because I knew it was going to be a process. You don't have
I
to do it, but
I have little experience with Create.
you have
think-
as much as me.
Yeah, I think the for us to really do much with a Create, we've just got to create a Create system, for all the things that we need. Oof.
Yeah, why was that? That was weird. It was just like just sitting there. I think it was like was it the round robin? No, it's just true. So it should just be like and then it should restart over and over again. I don't know. This is really hokey. And I don't know how to debug it because it's doing weird things. Like this is literally able to run every tick, and it wasn't. I don't know. I am not sure what the dealio is with that because yeah, it's very bizarre. But anyway, that will basically give us a little bit of power. Now I could increase it to like 2 buckets. Maybe that would help. Give it a little bit bigger of a buffer there, but whatever. It is what it is. One thing you could do is build up accumulators. Again, crafts and additions. Pull so many of the things. Capacitors, copper sheet, zinc sheet. Another thing the servo press can't do.
I doubt Buggy would know, but does Death know? Is there like a book or anything on like getting started on Create?
There is a quest thing.
Oh, the quest lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's do building gadget. You always, I've got cardboard boxes on me. Always need some cardboard boxes in case you come across a random spawner. You just pop a cardboard box on it. All good.
Oh yeah, I should grab some of those for that.
All right. Trying to clean up my inventory a little bit. Not easy. Okay. And then this backpack is just a nightmare. Oh, it's just so much of the just random crap. Oh. Can I just shift click that? You watch. I'll take this tin and I'll search for tin. We have 4 of these. Putting these in shouldn't jump that to 8. Wait, there it is. That dictionary thing converted them to the other tin. And as soon as that hits 9, it'll dump the block out, which will get pulverized automatically, which will turn it into dust. And that's what we store. Okay. Let's see. We have all of this stuff. So many random Duvalag. I kind of want to work on our island a little bit today too, because I'm starting to feel a little cramped.
I'm gonna start a trade setup across the river to the south.
Now we can finally sleep. a few more.
Is there like a hover mode for the jetpack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I have mine.
How do you?
Well,
It's G.
G is the default key, I think. But it could trigger another mod's thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Landscaping. Nobody thinks landscaping is fun, but I find it like oddly relaxing because it doesn't take a lot of thought. But yeah, as we get more and more things done, like I like to have a spot for like a mystical, enchanting like building of some sort or design. And some sort of maybe medieval looking tavern of some kind for food, and have the kitchen for the cooking for blockheads mod in there. So one of the reasons why we're playing this right now, and not like Vintage Story, which would be an obvious question to ask. Mentally, for me, it's like I'm trying to sort of protect my interest in the vintage engineering mod and modding the game in general. And if I was working every day like I was this week on updating all my mods and stuff like that, and we were playing it, and I was having debug vintage engineering and having to think of all of that, I would get burned out pretty fast, of that game in particular. So yeah, typically I've found, like, if I'm actively modding a game, I can't be actively playing that game. Which is a weird thing, right? But I've learned that, yeah, you can get burned out pretty fast. Yeah, it's I'm just trying to maintain my interest in vintage engineering, because I definitely would like to see a lot of the features that we're playing with in this game. Plus, it gives inspiration. A lot of those features, it would be nice to have in vintage story. But once the 1.20 has a little bit more time to cook in the oven, we're definitely going to play that again. I took a look. I peeked at the shape files, not the textures. They weren't textured, but the shape files for the new enemies. Yeah, they're freaky looking. So those should be fun. There's one that is it looks like a giant pterodactyl wing. So yeah, that should be interesting. Why do we have oak trees everywhere? All right. That gets us a good start. Now, we're going to need to eat some bacon sandwich. Yeah, this is going to be loud, everybody. Might want to turn it down. Sometimes it's louder than other times.
Apparently I'm far enough away that I can see storms. Just had some lightning.
It literally pegs out desktop audio on OBS. Like, that's really loud.
Oh, he's getting pegged, huh?
Oh. Demonetized. How did I miss this? Mm-hmm. Now, should I, with my mining gadget, my newfound goodies, upgrade? There's the tinker. Let me move this. So I have 3x3 upgrade. We can now upgrade that. Netherite. block of ooh, spicy. Ooh, baby, that is a spicy upgrade. We might need to go on a mining run in the Nether. Ancient debris. You definitely want to process the ancient debris in the induction furnace. Because you double the amount of gubbins from it. So, there's that.
How about when you use it in tankers? Is that the same? Do it in there and then melt the ingots, or?
Tinkers, let's see what the return is. Tinkers melting. No, it's definitely better to do it in the induction.
Okay.
Wouldn't the crusher, mechanism crusher,
what?
the ancient debris?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it in the mechanism crusher.
Well, yeah, but then you need the whole washing cycle. Like,
No, it just goes enrichment chamber.
yeah, I guess. It gives you one. It gets you one more. The induction gets you two. That process gives you three. So anyway, netherite. Okay. This will at least upgrade me to a 5x5. The 7x7, that one's a little spicier. That requires 4 nether stars. Which is that's pretty spicy. Okay. But now, if we look at this, we have 5x5 available. 2 down, normal mode, 2 down, pathways. I have no idea what that means. Let's see what that means. Okay, so I'm guessing normal mode, automatic, normal mode. Yeah, normal mode is right in the middle. And then automatic must be... Yeah. Okay. Automatic. The best assist. Now, the other thing I could do... In here... Void... Cobble. We don't need cobble. I literally have an infinite amount of cobble in the AE system. Precision. Get it flat. It'd be fun to replicate this mod. Invented. The World Eater that I have comes close. Not quite as crazy, but yeah. Once I once they get the power systems really going in engine engineering, you'll be able to do this kind of work. Making progress. So it should be voiding. It's picking up the dirt, but it's voiding the cobble. Now, if you're asking yourself, couldn't you just do this with a RF Tools builder? And the answer is yes. Yes, you can. But after the process of getting Mekanism up and running, I needed something that was like simple. Simple and straightforward. And another one of my favorite mods has been updated as well. Actually, additions. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the one that had the cool drills, like the upgradable drills. I'm not sure if they're still in there because the page for the mod is just bare minimum. Like, there's just no information about what's in there. All it says is like the fan favorite actually additions is it's just like, yeah, but if somebody doesn't know what's in actually additions, how are they supposed to know what's in the mod? Yeah, the one detriment, or the one area of Minecraft modding that mod authors could really improve on is documentation. But it's, it's the least fun, but the least fun part of any project, documenting. But it's one of the most vital. If you don't do it, it's
kind of tough to do much without documentation.
yeah, and the average user, like, it's great if somebody like knows what actually editions can do, but there's an entirely new generation of people that are discovering Minecraft, right? Like Renegade's kids, like, they weren't around 10 years ago or 5 years ago or 6 years ago when actually editions was going, like, so they would see that and go, I have no idea what that is. And I see it and go, oh man, that's awesome. Those drills are so good. As far as like an early game, because I use those drills throughout everything, and since they were basically tagged as tools, you could use the vein miners and stuff, right? So it's like you get the best of all the worlds. Like this mining gadget, you can't do ulti-mine with it, right? It doesn't detect it as a tool for some reason. Not sure why Dire would do that. So satisfying.
I like the way some of the mod combinations can give you shortcuts, like or not necessarily shortcuts, but more conducive crafts, let's say. Because I'm building the windmill sails, and you can either use blocks of wool or tough fabric. And the tough fabric from immersive engineering is really easy. You just use the industrial hemp fiber in a circle with a stick in the center.
Nice. Yeah, we have a little bit of the hemp fiber.
Yep. Oh, I'm actually watching the screen now. I hadn't been before when you were talking about the miner. Jeez. Making short work of stuff.
This thing is so awesome. add these little lights. So many. Too many. Oh. Yeah, let's turn off light. For now. Good night.
Okay, I broke something that's glued together. Did it somehow destroy those items?
How did you break it?
I think with the axe.
Pick something up Typically, it's glued together. You use the wrench. That's what I've seen.
Hey, Arm.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Thoughts?
Saying that this is already glued together.
Yeah, if you have something glued together when you break a block, the area where the glue is still there.
Ah. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right.
What are you trying to do?
Just trying to create a basic windmill.
Yeah, right, all you gotta do is take it into hand, right click on the windmill bearing.
Okay.
Now, the only problem you're gonna have is the power from it comes out the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just getting a baseline.
And one thing I would make to make your life easier is the engineer's goggles. You go in a curio slot.
Okay.
With them, you look at an item and it'll tell you what the stress capacity or stress requirement is for that item.
Ooh, a big old vein of andesite.
Good.
This is a lot of blocks.
On paper.
Ooh-wee. That's a lot of blocks.
What you making?
I'm not making anything. I'm clearing land for more building.
Oh. I made the mistake of actually building my first house across two areas. Something like that.
Andesite casing is something I need a lot of, right?
Yes. That's why why I always make note of when I find a bunch of andesite.
Yeah.
Did you ever go down and find that spot that I found? That pretty spot?
No, we haven't done any exploring yet.
Oh,
We're gonna need some good material before we go on a major expedition. Good armor, good weapons.
I didn't need that much. I didn't need that good armor. I could go down that far. I just had my iron armor.
Yeah, and you died and you took it off.
Oh, I drowned. Okay. I drowned. Pull that scab, will ya? forget the whole thing for making circles. I just have to go look it up. Or diorite. What is the radius of a of the torch?
The light radius?
The mega torch. What is the
Oh, the megatorch is like 80.
80 in radius?
Yes.
Okay. And it just keeps the mobs out, right?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, do not go through that ether gate or nether gate. Do not. There are bugs on the other side. They look like mosquitoes.
Oh, we know.
Oh, goody, you know. I didn't. I went through and I'm like, oh, what's that? Oh, that's a big mosquito. I'm out of here.
Those should not be spawning anymore. I turn those things off.
No, holy crap, what's going on over here?
That's the dig project.
Holy crap. What are you digging?
What?
It's clearing space.
I'm flattening
I
the
mentioned that
ground.
a bit ago.
Holy. Should I be walking on here?
I think you're safe at the moment, but probably not pretty soon.
Oh, get off here. Getting a lot of resources if you're clearing.
Oh, not so much. I mean, maybe a little bit of coal here and there, maybe a little copper, but not a lot. Just
Nice.
close to the surface.
That's all that area that I was doing. I was in there doing the whole going back and forth, collecting resources. Glad I got in there before you did. Oh. Don't you just hate when you got spots on you? You're bandaged up and it gets all itchy. I was trying to put off doing any kind of like mega build, but you're doing mega builds.
Well, if only if the build requires it. You don't do mega builds when you don't need to do a mega build. Like we need to do like a little tavern for a food thing. We need a magical looking building for an enchanting setup. Doesn't necessarily mean mega builds. It just means like whatever space we have.
Gotcha.
I want to make sure we have space available. We need it.
Mr. Renegade, how do you pick up the windmill then? With it glued? Got a wrench.
You build it in situ.
I
don't think you move the windmill.
You don't move the windmill. The only thing you can pick up are minecart contraptions.
Okay, so is there a way to unglue it?
Just break it.
Just break it.
Break the windmill bearing first, and then it'll put the wind back into a normal block.
Oh, okay. So I did do that. And I think Hunter might have gotten one of my pieces. Nope, I got him. Thought I heard him pop into my... Okay, so that's the trick, is to break the bearing first. Oh, and these glue spots are still here. Shift right click. Doesn't seem to do anything. I'll see if the internet has anything to say. Blocks there. That's the issue. This is giving some suggestions. Okay. Crouch left click to remove. And yeah, it's crouch. I change it to control. I just can't. I can't get used to run being control. It just does not process for me. So common in other games. That's weird. But I suppose right-click is usually like apply, like placing a block and stuff like that. So that's probably the logic. I forget, in Wolfenstein 3D, the game from like 7 million years ago, did that actually have a run mode? Because I know Doom did, and that's the earliest one I can remember having run.
Never really played. I mean, I might have played like the shareware version of Wolfenstein, but I didn't. I never bought it. Back in the good old shareware days.
Yeah. I guess to a degree, early access has replaced that, but
You still got to pay for it
Yeah, usually.
most of the time. I'll break. Yeah, I think to fill this in, I'll definitely use the builder eventually. There's a lot of gravel. Computer program. Ooh. Yeah, you're about 10 years ahead of me. I started learning BASIC roughly in 93. Just before Windows 95, I started getting into computers. And, well, I was already into computers, but getting into the programming side was roughly 93. Still in high school.
I was rather lucky. My parents knew the computers were going to be a big thing, and they went out and got an Apple II GS.
I mean, we had computer. My mom, I remember, she's an accountant, and we had an IBM pretty early on, but I was not really old enough to know what the hell's going on back then.
Yeah. I never did much complex with it, programming-wise, but I did do some. Go to 10.
Yeah, I have when I deal with some modding systems these days, I have bad flashbacks to other times when it was just as frustrating. Anytime I have to deal with Lua to me is just painful. Mainly because I've never really, I didn't grow up with it, right? And there's not like I've been spoiled. I've been spoiled with Visual Studio and other IDEs, and it's really hard for me to program in Lua because I don't know what objects I have access to at any given point in the program. Right? You have this like data.raw value, and data.raw in Lua is just everything, and everything is a table. Everything can be indexed. Everything can be like there's no type security. Any you can declare a variable and literally like assign a number to it, and then assign a string to it, and then assign a table to it, and then you can assign a function to it. Like, it's my brain just rejects it wholeheartedly. I just cannot. I don't like it. I don't like knowing or not knowing, I should say. I don't like not knowing like what values. I don't like what type is this. And you know, Factorio's backend is all Lua. You know, it has its merits, it has its, you know, upsides. But it's not being type safe is I think it's just painful.
Asking for trouble, that's for sure.
Yeah. When I can take a variable that's a string and I can add 5 to it, right? Does it add the value 5 or does it add 5 as a string? Like, not knowing, like not having a definitive answer on that makes coding hard. So I just don't like it. And yeah, we've covered a few games. Factorio being the big one. And why they chose Lua as their back end, I don't know. That was way loud. But yeah. And then there are other formats that are equally annoying, but for different reasons. And while it's not a scripting language. Empyrion's data, backend data set. So like the definition system for like planets and solar systems. I've modded those in times when we've streamed Empyrion. And if memory serves, those are in what's called YAML, Y-A-M-L. And YAML is one of those sort of like it has the appearance of XML. It has the it's familiarity. But it's kind of the opposite of where it's so incredibly strict in terms of format that if you have a rogue space somewhere in your YAML code, it will error out the file. It won't load the file. If there's a rogue space somewhere, or a tab, or like if the spacing is wrong and the indentation is wrong, it will flat up like error the file. And it's I remember the first time I went in to edit the files in Empyrion and I ran into that and I was like, no way. Like no way is this bad. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, why would you use a format like that? When there are so many superior formats. I mean, XML alone is superior. JSON is superior. Like, why do you use YAML of all of the formats in existence? Why would a developer choose YAML as the I just don't understand. So yeah, there are definitely certain things that developers can do to make like modding their game easier, and there are some things that they can do that just makes it a royal pain. Docker. I'm not familiar with. Is that an app or another type of scripting? I'm not familiar with that. I've been hoping for a year that I can attract some programming help for vintage engineering. I don't know what it is, but very, very hard to find people willing to put in work for that mod. I got plenty of people that love to use it, and I got lots of feedback and people that are thoroughly enjoying it. But I don't know. You know, I'm an okay programmer. I'm certainly by modern standards, especially nowadays, like I'm way behind the curve. And there are people that could solve the same problems I'm facing in vintage, and they could solve them over a weekend. It's going to take me months to figure it out, and even then, it's not going to be perfect. It'll be functional, just like what it is now, and I just wish I could get the help of somebody like that's like could face a problem and be like, oh yeah, that's no problem. But yeah, Blue Lightning for a while was helping me out, and that person, phenomenally competent. Like, phenomenal program. And I was really hoping if they would have kept going and kept helping, the mod would be damn near done by now. Or done. I say done, but it would be so much more of an advanced state that like people would be just going over the moon about it. But they, for some reason, backed out of helping. I don't know the full story. They were a joy to work with while they were around.
Just what happens, right?
Yeah, I know they got a line on 1.20 and one of the change logs. They apparently helped optimize memory management in the back end game. I was like, holy jeez. I can only
Yeah, that's
I can only imagine what he did to help out the team, like, you know, submitting a pull request for more optimized memory management. Like, oh my god. Yeah, I say guy, but the person is like phenomenally competent. And yeah, I really wish they would have stayed on, because Jesus, the mod could have really used their touch.
Expertise.
Yeah. Okay. Look at that.
Somebody and did a path to my place. Thank you, wherever that was.
Now we take this. No, this. We have
we have giggles.
we have 12, 20. We have 40,000 dirt.
Only
40,000 dirt is what I pulled out of that little area. Gotta make sure I'm not overwriting. And yes, I could use the builder, but the builder would not do edges. Just gonna skim the edge.
That's more than enough paper, I think.
I really hope not. It was.
shoot.
Stop with the stupid hover.
Weird. Thought I made sugar. Oh well. Guess I didn't.
Are you? Stupid vines, go away.
Really need that.
We'll clean up the edges a little bit later.
Crazy. Crazy, 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 cray, cray. Somebody is cray, cray.
I'm around. Of course, there's somebody that's cray cray.
Here. Okay.
Really?
Okay. Well, that doesn't make sense. Are the cells 16 by 16?
Chunks, yes.
Oh, that's the reason why that equation didn't work. Okay. Thank you. Oh, that changes things a little bit. Oh.
careful.
I'm gonna make a coke oven so I can get some creosote oil. If that's okay.
I really, yeah, I want to do that. As soon as I'm done with this, we can start working on immersive engineering. Because I want to walk through immersive engineering just to
Kind
sort
of
of
step by step.
familiarize myself with progression and stuff, just to make sure I don't miss anything for immersive engineering.
Gotcha. That's why I've been waiting. I don't have the goggles. I just have my hammer.
I gotta make myself a building gadget. Saw you using one on stream.
Building gadget.
Yeah.
So how do you do something to fix the weather?
For rain, you just sleep. So,
Yeah.
there's usually a few mods that allow you to play with it, but I don't know if we have any of them installed. Because I know Blood Magic allows you to. There's a weather thing that you can do, but I don't like Blood Magic, so I never.
Me neither.
I never have it. I think Draconic Evolution had one as well. I think, but again, I don't think that. Well, maybe it's been updated. I don't know. I guess I haven't looked recently. Maybe Botania also had one. It seems to be, for some reason, the weather controlling stuff usually is like magic mods, even though it would be nice to have access.
A mechanical, like, yeah, I was thinking like a weather control station or something. Like you have in immersive, you have the lightning rod, right? Or Tesla coil in immersive.
There's a couple mods of that actually.
Yeah, but like there's one where I don't know which one has, but basically you construct a battery and you attach a lightning rod to it, and that's your power source. thought there was. I think there was a mod pack that just dealt with the weather. Wasn't there? I thought there was a mod pack that dealt just with the weather.
All of the mod packs available. I didn't know the mod, the magic mod, the one magic mod that I really enjoyed, that I missed the most, was Astral Sorcerer.
Oh, with the constellations?
Yeah, the constellations
was-
and the liquid
that one
starlight.
was-
I love that
Yeah,
mod. That was
that
so
was
well
a
done.
fun one. Yeah, that was a fun one. I really enjoyed that, and it was more like it was like a teaching, because it kind of taught you about how to look for constellations and stuff like that, but not actual constellations. But I'm sure it probably could have been all about astrology.
Yeah, and it introduced the eclipse, and then there was a special like thing you could, basically a special constellation that would only appear during the eclipse.
Yep.
and there was a special like power thing that you could imbue during the eclipse. Like he just did whoever made that mod just did such a phenomenal job, and it's just disheartening that
it's not there anymore.
it just doesn't. Yeah, it just isn't there anymore. I mean, you can still get it for previous versions, but I don't think it's been updated since like 1.16 or something like that. Like, it's been a while. But I love that.
I think it was around in 1.17. Because I remember playing with it back then.
I forget. How do you get it so that your building gadget automatically charges, or is that?
You gotta go to the Flux controller,
All right.
and there is one of the tabs. You're just gonna have to look through it. It looks like you can select different parts of the interface. It should already do it, but I have it set up. Maybe, yeah, I'm gonna have to set you up. I'll set it up in a second. In the meantime, you can use the charging gadget. It should still be set up. You have to set you as a user
Of the flux point thing.
of Flux Network.
Yeah. Yeah, I had looked around for a charging unit, but I couldn't find it.
The charging gadget was on the end of the line of where all the machines were, next to the enchanting set.
Anyways, there was a mod that I liked, the one that allowed you to actually have mineral crops. Remember that one?
Mystical agriculture.
Yeah.
Oh, it is over
Yeah,
here.
that's still around.
Huh?
Yep. In fact, the library mod that if I would have installed iron jetpacks, the library mod that it needed was called Cucumber. It's the same author that does Mystical Agriculture.
Cool. That wasn't the one I was looking for. Yeah, there's one that actually introduces extreme weather to Minecraft. That wasn't the one I was looking for.
Look at that. Nice, clean, open. Good times. That was a process and a half. Did I move dirt? Yeah, let me see about network members. OS is a user. User. There. Wireless charging is already set up, so should
All
be
right.
good to go.
That's the flux controller you said?
Yeah, it's already set. You don't have to do it.
Ah, okay.
It charges stuff in your armor, your curios, and your hotbar, but not your inventory. So
Yeah.
if something's in your inventory and it's not charging, that's on purpose. Okay, I need to go to see. Looks like yeah.
Okay, that's it. I found it. It's called Sky Artifacts.
Nice. 473 stacks of dirt I just dropped in that chest.
Jeez.
So you create artifacts in order to actually control the weather. Yeah. Change weather and time. Sky Artifacts. There you go. So it does exist. Yeah.
Right.
Here's me.
Ooh, I have a lot of copper. Let's go.
Yeah, there seems to be an overabundance of copper. I'm glad there's immersive. That's why I get this stuff.
Right. How's our oil set up over here? Should be back stuffing pretty. Oh, yeah, look at that. 748 buckets out of 65,000.
What'd you get?
Hmm.
What did you get? Sorry. I
It's
missed that.
the refined fuel.
Oh. Cool. So,
All right. So we go over here.
hey.
Tidy. Everything's getting tidied.
Good.
Inventory. Oh, this is the cleanest my inventory has been in for a pretty long time.
The miracle of an AE system.
Ow.
It's not even all AE. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's just getting getting
bunch
more
of
and more
stuff.
comfortable with just throwing stuff away, just trashing, like just miscellaneous blocks, just stuff that I know will just
Yeah.
never need.
Hit that point where you no longer need X kind of thing.
Yeah, I tried. Add a pulverizing recipe for these apotheosis gems. If you look, the gem dust, right? If you look at the recipe for gem dust, you can can see, the salvaging, right? You take the gem and you salvage and you get some dust from it. Now, I tried to make a pulverizer recipe that took the gem and made dust. Problem is, the gems don't just have an item ID, they also have NBT data. And it's that NBT data that holds the stuff, like what rarity is it and what is it? Like what type, what category. And so those two values in the NBT data mean the gem, I had to remove the recipe because the gem in that was shown in here, it wasn't cycling through all the gems. It was just, it actually said like an errored gem with no stats, right? Because it was the item ID of Apotheosis : gem. And I don't know if there's a way via like CubeJS to include NBT data into the string of what the input is. While CubeJS has some documentation, it does not have enough. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating running into an issue like this, going, all right, there's got to be a way to include this data or tags or something, but there's literally no way to do it. The gems themselves are not tagged. They don't have a tag associated with them. So I can't make a recipe based on a tag. So whoever wrote the Apotheosis mod went out of their way to ensure that it was not, or it was difficult to automate any other way other than like manually salvaging the gem. So it's like, yeah, when I run into things like that, it's just frustrating. Because I'd love to be able to toss all these like into a grinder and just spit out gem dust, but it's just not.
It won't let me.
As well as like automating the chipped stuff. Like if we look at, say, tough, all of the different variants of tough, right? These are all based on the Mason's workbench. But if I look at, like, let's see, let's find one that I would actually sanded tough, right? There's no recipe for sanded tough. There's no recipe. Only way to get it,
So dig it up.
no, the only way to get it is the Mason's workbench. You have to manually make each stack. So if you're like in the middle of a build and you're like, I need more sanded tough, I can't just like go to the AE system and say, give me more sanded tough. Now, I think Foxy No-Tail ran into the same problem. He's been using these chipped blocks extensively throughout all of his builds, and he ran into this very problem. And I think he made a data pack that basically adds a way of getting all of these via the table, the saw. What is it? The mechanical saw or the framing saw or something in terms of all. I can't remember what it was. Mechanical saw. I do love how the saw blade is on the wrong side. Table. What is it? It's called something. Anyway, he basically made a data pack that literally goes through every single block and adds a recipe for every single one of those in whatever the saw table thingy McDougal. I don't even know what it's called. It's
Carpenter's bench. Carpenter's workbench.
It's something that can be automated. I don't think the carpenter's bench can be automated.
Okay.
It's the thing that the block from. It's like from Create. Because his series is all based on Create. I can't think of the name of the block. I'll know it when I see it. There it is. Yeah, mechanical saw. Yeah, this you can see block cutting. There's a use for it. You can definitely use it. But it's a limited selection for whatever reason. 120 pages of recipes. Jesus. Anyway, something like this is. You would need a data pack and just a mountain of recipes in order to cover all of those different variants. Because if we look
Wow,
again at tough,
that was lag.
and we turn on hidden tooltips, you can see they actually have different block names, right? Tough bricks, tough goody tiles, tough pillar. Then if we look at, say, granite, right? And then we look at these chipped blank granite carving, carved granite. So I'm sure that there is some naming convention here. But the chipped mod, if we just do a search on chipped, 49 pages. Just so many of the blocks have this texture set. I do like the snow block. They're all the same texture. They're all the same. That's amusing. They're just all white blocks. All the textures are gone. Yeah, I wonder what version of Minecraft that data Foxy recipe. Didn't I just sleep? I'm gonna have to look at Foxy's mod pack and just see. Try to find what mod it is that he uses, because he edits. He has a mod that makes it so he can make daytime last.
Nice.
He was. There was an episode a while ago that he was just like, during this build, he goes, I slept like 49 times. It's insane. Oh. Very nice down here. Look at this design. This is great. Little aquarium viewing area in here. This is so cool. Got coral. I had no idea there was actually coral.
Oh, there's not coral there. I went and got it.
Oh, okay. Something broke. Anyway.
Hey, do you think somebody could make me a mining pick over there at the Tinkers, so that I can like repair it easily?
I'd probably mean an iron one or something. I mean, do you have any input on what you'd want for it?
My house ain't done yet.
So was this house here, or was this like something that you're actually building?
Building.
Because I came in here and I was like, oh, this looks like a villager house. Like I thought it had been like.
It is a villager house.
I'd like a
Create schematic cannon.
Oh, okay.
Made a schematic of one, built it, gutted it, and then
Remodeling it.
remodeling it.
Very nice.
like. Isn't there?
This is our
I
barn.
thought there was a. Sorry.
Have you seen our barn buggy?
Your barn?
Yeah, turn around.
Your barn door open? Ooh. Food! Glorious food. Beetroot, tomato, onion. Carrot. Nice.
And then the building right here is going to be the canteen.
Yeah, the little tavern.
I modified the farming machine, so now it's going to input the goods directly into it.
Okay.
It's going to go down to a basement. Stuff will get created down there. And then there'll be drawers up top here that have the actual finished food in it.
Nice. Very nice.
That's the idea, at least.
Yeah. I mean, it's baby steps. You just notch a little bit out and build a little bit. And, yeah, what you can do since you brought in that house schematic, so you can sort of get an idea of the blocks used and the design, and then you can basically work on the barn, and you can be like, all right, well, let's grab some of those blocks and you can even take the bricks and put those through the mason table, just like I did with the stone for the floor of my structure, and you can get subtle variations on the bricks and mix up the textures a bit.
Yeah.
It looks really, really good when you do that. But yeah, just carrying over those designs here and there, and yeah, it works really, really well.
Like I told my kids, I'm like, get a rough design done, and then every day make a little tweak to it.
Yeah.
So it's where you want it. I mean, it's you look up on the hill, Junior's doing up there.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty big project.
It is.
But yeah, I do want to work on mine a bit. I might take some screenshots. I might look at some of Mr. Beardstone. Mr. Beardstone has some great little like block designs, in like granite, brick, and stuff. He does some really good industrial looking designs, and I'm gonna be inspired by / blatantly copy some of his ideas, just so I can sort of set my brain right and just be like, get in that mode of design and building, and then I can kind of maybe be creative after that. But one of the things I do want to mention, when we do Vintage Story again, when the time comes where we do that, we are definitely going to make another cathedral. With all of the cool tools that hopefully get updated. I'm sure Quentin is going to update his chisel tool. Like it would very much surprise me if he didn't. And even if he didn't, I would recompile it and use it because it's just too useful. But yeah, when we did the original cathedral, one of the reasons why we stopped when we did is we did a ton of work on it, and we didn't have any way of copying and pasting designs at all. Yeah, now with some of those features, we can more easily like copy and paste designs, block variations and stuff. But this building here, this is going to be separated into 3 different sort of block pallets, you could call it. A block pallet. You have a brick, like an industrial old school brick, and then you have a sort of modern metal, like sheet metal. This little outbuilding will be like a sheet metal build, probably for create power when I dive into that, like a boiler system. And the other one will be either, like the big one here will either be a granite based one, or I don't know. I'm thinking granite based. It might be too close. I'll have to see what my options are. I know Mr. Beardstone is pretty damn good at that stuff. But I can tell you this: when you watch an episode of Mr. Beardstone or Foxy, and you see his build, and you do that, there's a reason why they post 1 video a week. Those things take a long time. It's not a fast process. So do not get down on yourself, right? For it not springing into motion in 20 minutes, right? Because it takes days for those designs to sort of mature and be as good as they are in the finished product. It's just that in a video, it's just kind of instant. It's just like, oh, pop into existence, right? So it's like you don't really get a sense of how long something takes in a video. So yeah, stuff like this takes a long time to sort of finalize and get going. But yeah, getting all the clay for the brick, granite. Granite we can actually do. If we do the material stonework factory, we look at this and we go generation. Right now I'm using it to craft the obsidian. But you can craft granite with it. It uses a little water and lava, but you can craft granite. And with the obsidian that we have, if we look, you can see we have 67,000 obsidian. Now, you might ask yourself, where, pray tell, did all of the resources come that made that? Where did all the lava come? Well, anybody's been to the Nether recently, you will know. So let's go over here and check in how things are going. Let it all load in. Oh my god. You are supposed to not be. Come down here. This. Zoom out. Oh, lo and behold. Look at that. There's definitely less lava in this area than there used to be. And yes, I had to encase this because there were ghasty gas running around. Really didn't want the gas to blow up my pump. But this is basically a builder with a pump car with, you know, one area over there. So I kind of went, if we follow this, basically like right in here somewhere. And then kitty corner to that, right over here, I went down bedrock. You find an island and you just sort of down to bedrock and you mark that as your other point and it just pumps all the fluid up. But you want to put it into blocking mode or if the operation is not possible, wait. If you don't do that, it's gonna just be all bad and wrong. So you definitely want that to be. Yeah, those I literally disabled the mosquitoes. Oh. They should not be spawning. I don't know why they're spawning. Yeah, if you're wondering where to get a lot of lava, Nether is always. I should figure out a way to divide the land up into usable segments. Kind of grid it out for like plots. Like build here. That way there's a little bit of organization. Just a teeny bit of organization. Because you really want your main building, you want it to be in a chunk, just in case you need to chunk load it for whatever reason. But oh yeah, like I want to get into immersive, but I don't know if I have it in me right now. I'm a little wiped out at this moment.
And don't.
You've been talking quite a bit.
I just feel like I wouldn't be able to put my full attention towards it. And
We could dedicate an episode to it too. I mean,
yeah, like a Wednesday stream would be just like, because I know Monday and Tuesday is going to be, Monday and Tuesday is going to be updating mods. So all programmatic mods. I've already done all the JSON only mods. Those are either updated or didn't need to be updated. I went through all of those. There's still a bug. I did update the Backpack Plus mod because the mod author hadn't touched that in well over a year. So I'm like, I gotta have it. And there were enough changes that it needed. Like, I needed to go through it, and I still missed. I've gone through it 3 times now, and I still missed stuff. Little changes all over the place. So it's very hard to keep track of. But yeah, that mod, it is a JSON only mod, but it, because the backpacks now they changed the name of leather. They've added a new type of leather, sturdy leather. And they've added another backpack type, so the backpack name has changed. And now there's a variant in the sturdy backpack, so the backpack mod had to change all of the recipes, all of the references to the vanilla stuff, all of that stuff, all the references to the leather, all that stuff had to change. And so stuff just, like, it's overwhelming. All the JSON values and stuff in the back. It's easy to miss stuff. But hopefully after a couple more bug fixes, it'll be good to go. But yeah, the Angel Belt mod, Flexible Tools mod, the Night Watcher, the crafting table, those are base mods that are easier to update, and then finally Vintage Engineering. I'm scared of that one. It shouldn't be bad, but you just never know. It's a huge, even though the only thing is done is the LV tier, it's still a massive amount of stuff. times. But now that we have some space available, we can think about having a build. Maybe do some Googling on magical build designs. Oh man, I really don't want to like add more mods to the mod pack. I mean, there's 200 something mods already. Almost half of those are library like mods. But yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
if
hate
environmental
those.
tech is available, like I'd be very tempted. Very tempted to jump into that. I love that.
Well, that's what you should do. You should take the mods that you like.
Minecraft is very comfortable. I've been playing it 10, 11 years now.
Like, I know how you feel about farm mods, and I like farming.
I like automating. That's what I like the most, is automating. And there's a myriad of ways to do that in Minecraft. Many different mods. Yeah, it can be fun.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today's stream. I am wiped.
Yeah, I came in late. That's fine.
Yeah, I still have to move this set.
Wrong way.
Yeah. I mean, we did some progression, and today was about showing how to, the way that I progress into Mechanism. And with this setup with Mechanism, you can literally do everything else. Like all of the machines, everything else starts with these 5 machines. And from here on out is just kind of how you want to solve those problems. But yeah, this was refined. This strategy was refined over many years of doing Mechanism. And it was really painful watching Foxy struggle with Mechanism. It was really hard to watch his episodes where he was trying to do Mechanism.
Oh, especially the nuclear setup.
Oh man, dude, it's so
God, that was
hard to
painful.
watch. When he gets the setup and he turns it on, he's like, "Where's my power? It's not producing any power." And it's like, it's producing steam. What do you like? It doesn't take a leap of knowledge to go, "Oh, it's creating steam. What do we do with the steam?" Like, just look up the word turbine in Mechanism, and you'll find what you need to do. And to start like having no experience with Mechanism at all, like Foxy had no experience with it, and his first, the first thing he tries is to build a nuclear reactor. It's like, dude, what are you like? It's like
0 to 60.
landing on the moon before you learn to walk. Like, come on, there's a scale of knowledge that you need to do before you get to that point, right? You don't know how to walk yet, and you want to land on the moon. Like, there's a process that you need to go through, and to have that be like your goal, it blinds you to all of the other things that you need to know before you do that, right? If you don't know Mechanism, you haven't looked through the blocks, you haven't looked at any of that. By not knowing to look at a turbine is like, that seems to be obvious. Now, he could be doing that for one of two reasons. One is he just doesn't care and he just wants to go head first into something and do it. Or two, he's doing it on purpose in order to increase engagement. And that is something a lot of YouTubers do. They purposely do something wrong in order to drive comments. And you can catch them doing, you can catch a lot of YouTubers doing it that way. Doing it wrong on purpose. And then the very next episode is like, oh, you know, due to your comments, I learned all this. Now, what happens a lot is they'll record 5 episodes in a row and they'll still say that, assuming people are commenting. And they'll do it the right way, right? So it's like little subtle things like that. As a YouTuber, little tricks like that. I never consciously did that in any of my episodes, on any of my series, in any of the 5,000 videos on my channel. I never purposely did something wrong, thinking, "Oh, this is going to drive engagement." I never did that.
That work.
But I know that a lot of creators do it, because I catch them on it all the time when I'm watching. Like I know, like, you watch a previous series where they do something, and then they do a new series, and they do the same mistake, and they do the same thing again. It's like, wait a second, didn't you learn that, 4 months ago with your previous series? So Foxy, it's like, I really want to like reach out to Foxy and Mr. Beardstone and be like, hey, you guys want a lesson in Mechanism? But I know they're not interested. They want to do things wrong because it's what driving their channels are. They're doing really well. So it is frustrating watching the struggle. There are episodes that I've just turned off. I just can't watch because it's like, and Mechanism, and as far as reactors go, Mechanism reactors are like one of the most difficult. Like extreme reactors, that mod, dead easy, because the reactor itself can make power. Like the turbine is optional. You can have a reactor, and extreme reactors actually make power for it. And they're way easier to like set up. Mechanism reactors are like, there's a whole formula that's based on it. It needs more water than it's amazing how thirsty those reactors are. But anyway, yeah. Hopefully they get over the hump. But yeah, if you guys are at all interested in any aspect of the mod pack, the link to the mod pack is in the description. It's on CurseForge. It is the Flexible Games Builders Pack. It is focused on building and not on grinding out resources. You can find ample resources underground. And yeah, it's got a myriad of options for automation and stuff like that. So it's up to you how you want to tackle things. But yeah, if you want something specific, you want to see a build, if you want more information on something, don't hesitate to comment or to reach out. We can easily cover that in a stream. So yeah, a big thanks again to Anominate for letting us use his server. That's still up and running, and hopefully everybody else is having a good time. And yeah, all the people who are doing builds, it's turning out really, really well. And appreciate everybody for coming by, and please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. And yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these lovely streams. And until next Wednesday, or this coming Wednesday, I should say, have a good weekend, everybody.